Hey everyone, welcome back to Kids and Manhwa. Today we are recapping a story. Let's get started. In the Howling Forbidden Palace, a place fraught with lurking dangers. On a towering mountain peak stood the silhouette of the great demon lord. Below, layer upon layer of cultivators had him surrounded. Asher, you old devil. You've spent your life bullying men and tormenting women, committing countless evil deeds, a menace to heaven and earth. At age 3, you were peeping at girls bathing. At 4, you forced them to bathe again so you could peep some more. At 70, you finally got circumcised. At 71, you invited a girl to look at her thighs and then groped her. Asher, you deceived my sister, causing her to perish in sorrow. Today, I will dice you into 100 pieces. After chasing you for 3 years, you finally run out of places to hide. Haven't you? The old devil Asher stood defiantly atop the peak, letting the small fry below spout their nonsense. His expression didn't waver. His eyes were ice cold as he calmly looked down upon the crowd, whose killing intent soared to the heavens at the foot of the mountain. The sword in his hand was stained crimson with fresh blood, each drop still dripping onto the ground below. Suddenly, a voice from behind made him turn his head. Demon Lord Asher, finding yourself in such a desperate situation today. Do you feel any regret in your heart? The one who had just spoken was Sylvia, the current peak master of Cloud Mist Peak, part of the Genesis Prime Holy Land. Hearing her question, Asher threw his head back and laughed arrogantly, his wild laughter echoing through the heavens and earth. Regret? I, Asher, have cultivated for less than a century, a lifetime of constant battle. Tell me, in our generation, besides me, who else dares to claim they are invincible under the heavens? Who else dares to declare themselves undefeated? My only regret is that my time was too short. If you gave me another 1,000 years, then in this vast world, who would dare not bow their head to me in submission? Hearing this, Sylvia's expression darkened. Her gaze, filled with disgust, was fixed on him. Without hesitation, she immediately cast a spell, summoning a colossal, brilliant blue sword behind her. You truly are unrepentant, even in death. Then don't blame us for being merciless. With those words, she sent her sword flying towards him. The crowd below roared in unison and charged forward, rushing to take his life. Faced with this scene, Asher remained unfazed. His hands continuously formed seals, casting a demonic spell. The tips of his fingers glowed with a strange light. A thick, black, demonic aura billowed out from him. The cultivator saw this and cried out in terror. This is bad. The demon lord is about to use his final trump card. Stop him, quickly. Immediately, 3 giant phantom bodies materialized, surrounding him and blocking all escape routes. The 3 phantoms struck simultaneously towards Asher, their colossal hands seeming to want to crush the entire world. Hit by that terrifying blow, Asher spat out a large mouthful of blood, but he showed no fear. On the contrary, he laughed with a crazed, triumphant madness. To shatter immortality, to seek eternal life. A great emperor might have regrets, but I absolutely never will. He poured all his remaining spiritual energy deep into his inner core. A massive source of energy suddenly erupted, exploding and destroying the 3 phantoms, creating a cataclysmic shockwave that shook the heavens and earth. When the phenomenon faded, all that remained where Asher stood was a broken sword. In the end, he was defeated at the hands of the righteous path. The cultivators, having endured his desperate, self-destructing attack, were all heavily injured and in a wretched state. An old man among them sighed sadly. If he had been willing to go to the heavenly abyss great wall to slay demons, he surely would have become a mighty general of our human race. What a pity. No one said another word. Each person quietly departed, continuing on their unfinished path of cultivation. Everyone thought the story of the old devil Asher had ended. But was he truly dead? The scene shifts to the Genesis Prime Holy Land, home to 18 majestic spirit peaks. Among them, Heavenly Punishment, Cloud Mist, and Heavenly Sword are the 3 great peaks led by grand saints, while the other 14 are governed by powerful minor saints. 1 month later, at the Cloud Mist sect, a streak of crimson energy suddenly shot straight into a cave welling. On the bed, a young man shot up, a sinister grin on his face. The old devil Asher? Have officially returned. That's right, it was Asher. He sat up, mumbling. Well, before I transmigrated, I was a student at a prestigious university, all for this day of resurrection. He propped his hand on his forehead and said smugly, The seat prepared 37. 781 escape routes and 201 revival methods. With such thorough preparations, how could I possibly die so easily? Asher got out of bed, observed his surroundings, and wondered, could this be the Genesis Prime Holy Land? It seems the sea truly has a deep connection with this place. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Ding! Host has been detected to have successfully revived. Ding! System functions have changed. Please select one of the two options below. 1. Villain of Destiny. As long as you continuously commit evil deeds, you will be handsomely rewarded by the system. To Stealthy Villain. You have died once and felt the pain. You have decided to grow stronger in secret and continue your evil ways from the shadows. Asher pondered. In my previous world, I chose Villain of Destiny. Committing all those villainous acts was indeed exhilarating. But, in the end, I was cornered and cursed like a rat in the street. That feeling wasn't pleasant at all. After a moment of thought, a treacherous smile spread across his face. Choosing the stealthy path seems more reasonable. I'll quietly accumulate my strength. Once I'm strong enough, I'll turn the world upside down. Isn't that perfect? If I can hide in the shadows and become the holy son of this holy land, surrounded by beautiful women, pampered and adored, just the thought of it makes me grin from ear to ear. Having made his decision, he pointed and declared loudly, I choose the stealthy villain system. The system immediately responded. Ding. Selection successful. Ding. Integration successful. His personal profile appeared. He thought to himself, let's see whose body I've taken over in this world. The information panel appeared. Host Asher Identity Cloud Mist Peak. Direct Disciple Cultivation Nunstead scribbled. Details Direct Disciple of Cloud Mist Peak. Aptitude 17 Mortal Gray. Cultivation techniques wiped clean due to the host's soul being too powerful and forcing the possession. Luck negative 18 Pitch Black. Overall assessment stronger than a level 1 Spirit Chicken. But your life is worse than one. After reading it, Asher's face went pale. Before I arrived, what the hell did the original owner of this body do? It turned out that 10 days ago, he fought with a direct disciple from Heavenly Sword Peak over a woman on the life and death arena. On the arena, he was defeated in a single move. Utterly humiliated. His sea of consciousness was shattered, and his cultivation was completely crippled. Looking back at this dark history, Asher clutched his head and sighed. This guy's fate is truly tragic. But fine, in consideration of you becoming the vessel for this seed's soul. From now on, the ones you hate will be the ones I hate. Just you wait and see how the seed becomes an invincible overlord. After speaking, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate again. But after an hour, there was still no progress. Asher gave a bitter laugh. This body is truly useless. Poor aptitude. And the injuries are so severe. However, thinking carefully, I still have another method. At that moment, outside Cloud Mist Peak, a group of men were gathered and chatting. Have you heard the news? The Peak Master went to hunt down the Demon Lord 3 days ago and has now returned. I wonder if that Demon Lord Dasher has been killed yet? Demon Lord Dasher claimed to be invincible in his generation. But he was really just a minor saint. How could he survive being besieged by more than 10 grand saints at once? Good riddance. For a cruel demon lord like him, it's the right of everyone on the righteous path to eliminate him. Hiding behind a tree, the old devil Asher heard everything and fumed silently. You people probably wouldn't even dream that not only am I not dead, but I've even joined your side. If I can't beat them, I'll join them. Then I'll slowly play with you all. With that thought, he stepped out and approached them, clearing his throat to get their attention. Senior Brother Asher. Senior Brother, are your injuries any better? The group asked in unison. Asher replied dismissively. Yeah. No big deal. After speaking, he walked nonchalantly through the crowd. Continuing forward, one of them frowned and said, It seems Senior Brother Asher has the same name as that Demon Lord Asher. Could there be some secret between them? Another laughed it off. You're overthinking it. If he had even a fraction of the old devil Asher's talent, he wouldn't have had his cultivation crippled so miserably. Ignoring the chatter, the old devil Asher walked straight to the cave dwelling of Sylvia, the peak master of cloud mist, before the majestic main gate. He took a deep breath and called out, "Master, your disciple has an important matter and requests an audience." Then he calmly walked inside. He saw Sylvia, the noble master of Cloud Mist Peak, lounging lazily, propping up her chin and looking at him with a bored expression. "Asher, you fought with someone a few days ago and got seriously injured. Are you dragging your sorry self here now because you want your master to teach you how to cultivate again?" He knelt on one knee, his voice pleading earnestly. "Master, I'm counting on you entirely." Sylvia's eyes were half closed as she said inferently, "Your cultivation is low, yet you love to fight aggressively. It's what you deserve to be crippled. This seat cannot help you. You may leave." Hearing this, he was unconvinced, jumping to his feet. "Master, my cultivation is low. Don't you know the reason why? Without cultivation resources, how am I supposed to get stronger? You give all the resources to second junior brother, third junior sister, fourth junior brother, and fifth junior sister. But you don't give me a single thing. How am I supposed to get stronger like this?" Sylvia angrily slammed the table with a loud bang and yelled, "Insolence! Your aptitude is inherently foolish, and you refuse to put in the effort to cultivate. Now you dare to open your mouth and blame your master? Truly ungrateful." Seeing this, he remained smug. "You don't give me cultivation resources. Isn't it because my surname and given name are the same as that old devil Asher? You hate him, so you take your anger out on me. Isn't that just ridiculous?" Hearing her secret exposed, Sylvia looked at him strangely and then flew closer. Her voice softened. "I have never taken my anger out on you. You should go back for now. When I find a heavenly treasure that can heal your injuries, I will definitely guide you in your cultivation." He gave a sly smile. No need, Master. You can help me right now," Sylvia asked, puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" He narrowed his eyes and replied, "I've heard rumors that Master possesses a rare heavenly fragrance physique. If I could dual cultivate with you, not only could your disciple completely heal all his injuries, but his cultivation aptitude could also be enhanced tenfold." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward, his face getting extremely close to Sylvia's. Hearing such outrageous words, her expression immediately darkened. She roared, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Your disciple is being very serious. Please, Master, perform dual cultivation with your disciple." Hearing every word clearly, Sylvia's face flushed red with a mixture of shame and anger. She immediately raised her hand to strike him, shouting furiously, "Rebellious disciple, are you tired of living? How dare you speak such filth in front of me?" Furthermore, she sternly waved her hand, condensing her spiritual energy into a sharp, cold sword, and declared, "Today, this seat will break every bone in your body, then expel you from the sect forever." Asher just curled his lips into a faint smile, raising a hand to his mouth and muttering a series of strange, incomprehensible demonic incantations. Instantly, the colossal, imposing sword floating in front of her suddenly shattered into countless pieces and dissipated. Sylvia's legs unexpectedly went weak. Without a shred of strength left, she collapsed to the ground, her heart filled with shock and confusion, asking herself, "What the hell is this? I am a grand saint. Why can't I circulate my power to resist?" Seeing the clear fear on his master's face, Asher smiled wickedly. Step by step, he closed in. "Master, in that case, your disciple will have to be impolite." Only then did she snap to her senses. Realizing the danger she was in, she hastily screamed, "Rebellious disciple, what do you plan to do to your master?" He replied, his eyes burning with a possessive desire, "Please, Master, impart your teachings to your disciple." Hearing this, her face went deathly pale, drained of all blood. She wanted to rise and fight back, but her entire body was limp and powerless. He moved even closer, his enchanting voice echoing in her ear. "You asked what I want to do. The answer, of course, is to seal all of your cultivation. Do you remember that day? The day I was being relentlessly pursued by more than 10 grand saints, I secretly cast the Samsara weeping mother-child seal on you, and you were completely unaware. This is the precious treasure the system bestowed upon me. It is a type of artifact capable of sealing any designated female cultivator in complete silence. As long as I control this child seal, I hold the power to permanently seal the opponent's cultivation. Once I decide to act, any female cultivator below the Great Emperor level who is struck by this seal can only be at my mercy, with absolutely no ability to resist. Asher reached out and lifted Sylvia's chin, his eyes fixed on her beautiful, blushing face. He let out a sigh of admiration. TSK, TSK, you've lived for several thousand years, yet your skin is still so smooth and beautiful? Sylvia screamed in fury. You rebellious disciple. How dare you act so impudently towards me? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? He paused. Then he laughed out loud, arrogantly. Haha. Then by all means, Master, go ahead and kill your disciple. Don't just threaten me with your words all the time. Sylvia gritted her teeth in anger, turning her head to avoid his gaze. He leaned close to her ear again, continuing his threat. If word got out that I caused you to lose all your cultivation, what do you think Willow, the peak master of Heavenly Sword, would do? I'm the one who killed her father. Do you think she would let go of such a deep-seated grudge without seeking revenge? The moment she heard that name, Sylvia's face instantly turned pale, her mind in utter chaos. No, I absolutely cannot let Willow know about this. She would definitely kill me. That woman is a complete lunatic. Just imagining that scenario. Sylvia quickly looked at Asher, her tone shifting to one of pleading. Rebellious disciple, whether it's rare treasures or cultivation resources, I'll give you everything. You can choose whatever you want, just as long as you. Suddenly, he reached out and gripped her shoulders firmly, a meaningful smile on his face. No, no, no. What I want is not just those simple things. Your disciple wants much, much more. At this point, Sylvia was terrified, crying out in desperation. No, this is absolutely not allowed. What exactly do you want to do? This seed is a noble Grand Saint level expert. How can I endure such humiliation from a lowly worm like you? Asher thought to himself. You and I had no grudge in the Genesis Prime Holy Land, yet you joined them in hunting me down. Thinking this, he said mockingly, What? Are you scared now? Master, this time, I'm counting on you. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and cast a spell. An ancient scroll immediately appeared before them. Your disciple has collected a very good ancient cultivation technique for you. Please, take your time to look it over. Upon seeing the contents of the technique, Sylvia couldn't help but be astonished. Where did this rebellious disciple get such a miraculous cultivation technique? It has a perfect compatibility with the Heavenly Tao. This is definitely no ordinary item. As she was engrossed in studying it, Asher's voice cut in again. What's wrong? Master, what do you think? Sylvia snapped back to reality and shouted. Get the hell away from me. But he was already close, whispering seductively in her ear. Master, please allow your disciple. Please. Sylvia bit her lip, completely powerless in this situation. You damn rebellious disciple. Then, what was bound to happen finally happened. Sylvia let out a soft moan, her eyes wide, her mouth agape in shock at what was unfolding. Immediately after, the system's voice rang out. Host actually became a rebellious disciple. Holy bleep. As expected of a villain. Reward granted 1. 0 breakthrough points. Next, an image of Sylvia gritting her teeth and enduring, her breathing heavy and dragged, appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully dual cultivating with Fairy Sylvia, completely healing all injuries. Ding! Host is dual cultivated with Fairy Sylvia. Cultivation aptitude has been raised to a new level. Then, a continuous stream of notifications echoed in his ear. Ding! Host's aptitude 100 points. Ding! Host's aptitude continues to increase by 100 points. Ding! Host's aptitude increases by another 100 points. Summary: Host's aptitude has now reached 317. Heaven grade cultivation speed increased by 20 levels. Thanks to dual cultivation with Fairy Sylvia, cultivation has soared to the 2nd level of foundation establishment, then the 3rd, and has now reached the 8th level of foundation establishment. Several hours passed, and the system's voice continued unabated. Ding. Host Sky Cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. By this time, Asher had finished his business. He adjusted his clothes neatly, while Fairy Sylvia lay exhausted on the bed, covered only by a thin sheet. He turned around and said coolly, "Thank you for your help, Master. Farewell." On her side, Sylvia could only let out a frustrated sigh. "You damned rebellious disciple." She curled up in a corner, filled with both shame and anger. "You? I've given you what you wanted. Can you now remove the seal on me?" He flashed a bright smile, casually replying, "The answer, of course, is no. Rebellious disciple. Are you trying to kill your master? Master, if you don't want others to know your cultivation is sealed, you had best hide it very carefully." He held up a sparkling blue orb in front of her and said, "You must know very well what this memory crystal does, right?" Upon seeing the orb, Sylvia trembled and exclaimed, "What? You recorded everything?" He smiled brightly, waving a reassuring hand. "Don't get excited. Don't get too excited. I just saved it as a little memento. Out of our long-standing teacher-student friendship, your disciple has a reminder for you. Don't even think about trying to remove this seal. In this entire vast sky-frame continent, besides your disciple, no one can break it, unless a great emperor from ancient times is resurrected. But you know very well, there are no more great emperors in this world, right? If your disciple were to die, you would be destined to live your whole life as a mortal, struggling until you grow old and die. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Also, if your disciple dies, the images in this crystal will be released. What will the entire sky frame continent think of you then?" Hearing this, Fairy Sylvia trembled uncontrollably. It was unclear if from fear or anger. After speaking, Asher calmly took the memory crystal and left. Sylvia shivered as she watched his back disappear into the distance. "You rebellious disciple. You will surely die a horrible death. Just you wait and see. You filthy, despicable worm. Not even at the palace realm. How could he possibly seal my power?" When he stepped outside, the sky had already darkened. Looking up, Asher mumbled softly, "I can't believe it was just dawn when I arrived. Now the moon is already hanging high in the sky. Thanks to my master's enthusiastic assistance, I was able to reach the 9th level of Foundation Establishment so quickly. If I want to break through to the Sea of Consciousness realm, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until next time. If the Sea of Consciousness realm is like a wooden bucket for water, then the Foundation Establishment realm is the process of gathering the wooden planks to build that bucket. The stronger the foundation, the more solid the Sea of Consciousness will be, and the further the path of cultivation will naturally go. I failed in my previous life because I was too hasty in raising my cultivation, rushing past the Foundation Establishment, leaving my foundation unstable. Therefore, in this new life, I must build an incredibly solid foundation. When that time comes, I won't need to fear cultivators of a higher realm. Even if I meet them, I'll be able to cut them down with ease. I wonder if the foundation building resources I hid in the gorge years ago are still there. But even if they are, how am I supposed to leave this Genesis Prime Holy Land?" While pondering his options, Asher suddenly saw a shop named Ascension Lending Services. As if a plan had formed, he stroked his chin and thought to himself, "Isn't this a good opportunity that has come to me on its own?" The scene shifts to a remote and desolate hilly area. The old devil Asher stood on a flying ship with his hands behind his back, calmly observing the ground below. The flying ship delved deep into a dark, damp cave. He brought it to a stop and stepped onto a protruding rock ledge. "I remember hiding it here. The resources should still be intact." As he finished speaking, he approached a strange, large, dark-colored boulder. He bit his fingertip to draw blood and used it to paint an ancient, peculiar talisman on the rock face. Once completed, the talisman glowed brightly in the darkness. A loud bang echoed, and the boulder shattered, revealing the large, gleaming golden chest inside. "The foundation building treasures are indeed all here. Just wait for me, Asher, to become powerful and reestablish my domineering presence." At that very moment, a voice suddenly echoed from behind. "Asher the Useless, I never thought I'd run into you here." From behind, a small, glowing ship flew over. The person standing on it spoke with a mocking tone. I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's Asher the Useless. I thought you had already kicked the bucket. I can't believe it's only been 10 days. You're tougher than you look. Still alive and kicking. It seems the Peak Master of Cloud Miss Peak treats her great disciple quite generously, not hesitating to use rare heavenly treasures to help you restore your sea of consciousness. The one who had just taunted him was Zane, a direct disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak. Asher merely gave Zane, who was spouting nonsense, a disinterested glance, silently settling accounts in his mind. 10 days ago, it was him who humiliated and crippled my cultivation. That bastard ambushed me right after I entered the Foundation establishment realm. And now he dares to show his face and insult me. With that thought, Asher didn't bother with him anymore. He calmly boarded his small ship and steered it away. As he passed by the group, he didn't forget to leave a parting shot. Just wait a little. I'll come find you to settle the score later. In 10 days. Let's meet at the life and death arena. We will fight to the death. On the other side, Zane pretended he didn't hear clearly and turned to his companions. What was that brat mumbling about just now? Did I hear him wrong? Immediately, the two beside him chimed in, laughing until they bent over. He said he wants to meet you on the life and death arena. I can't believe this piece of trash is bold enough to challenge senior brother Zane. At this, Zane spread his arms wide and began to cast a sound transmission technique that could travel for 1,000 miles. Asher the Useless. 10 days ago, I spared your life out of respect for the Peak Master of Cloud Miss Peak. Since you want to challenge me to a death match, then in 10 days, at the life and death arena, don't blame me for being ruthless. And just like that, news of the duel in 10 days quickly spread throughout the sect. The crowd that heard the news was utterly shocked. How dare that Asher set foot on the life and death arena? Is he out of his mind? Wasn't his sea of consciousness already crippled? What is he going to fight Zane with? Who is at the late stage of the sea of consciousness realm? TSK. In 10 days, there's definitely going to be a good show to watch. Back to Asher. He was now steering his small ship straight back to Sylvia's cave dwelling. Arriving before her cave, he mumbled to himself. The spiritual energy inside Master's cave is so rich, I might as well cultivate here tonight. Master probably won't mind, right? After all, what belongs to me will always be mine. Master is mine. Every little bit of her is mine. He pushed the door open and walked in. A smile on his face. He smoothed his hair and said, "Hello, Master. Your disciple has come to visit you again. You rebellious disciple. It's so late. What are you doing here? What new trick are you trying to pull now?" Sylvia asked warily. He nonchalantly held out his hands and asked back, "So what does Master want me to do?" Sylvia, flustered, exclaimed, "Don't you be so outrageous." He moved closer, lifting her chin, and said with a wicked smile, "Your disciple can be even more outrageous than this. Do you want to see?" After speaking, he closed his eyes, flicked his wrist, and set out a series of tail muslims. He mumbled an incantation and then shouted. Set formation. The tail muslims shot out with astonishing speed. As the tail muslims flew out, they erected a solid protective barrier that enveloped the entire cave dwelling. Witnessing Asher's proficient formation setting technique, Sylvia couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This formation technique of yours, could it be passed down from the legendary ancient formation Tao masters? Asher smiled and replied, Master is indeed sharp-eyed. Do you want to learn? But what are you willing to trade for it? Hearing this, Sylvia crossed her arms and shook her head repeatedly. I don't want to learn. Asher shrugged. All right, if you don't want to, then your disciple can cultivate in peace. Suddenly, a mischievous smile curved his lips. He took a bright red apple from his pouch. Oh right, if Master gets hungry, just eat these. After all, you're just a mortal now. You can't fast like you used to. Sylvia turned away angrily, unscolded. Isn't this all because of you? You rebellious disciple? You're the one who brought me to this state. One day, I will definitely kill you. Before her words finished, the demon lord Asher suddenly swung his hand and slapped Sylvia's butt hard, making her yelp. She stumbled forward, her rear end pointing to the sky, her face a mask of extreme shame and fury. But Asher completely ignored her feelings. After the slap, he turned to leave, even teasing. Master is being naughty again. Master, Remember, I've set up a killing formation in the back hall. It's best you don't foolishly try to break in. Your disciple still needs you alive to help me level up my cultivation aptitude. If you were to die, your disciple would be heartbroken. Sylvia screamed in fury. Asher, one day, this seat will chop you, you rebellious disciple, into 100 pieces to appease my hatred. Switching to the back hall, Asher was sitting in meditation, flipping through a book recording information about various treasures. Item fruit of creation, category heavenly treasure, extremely rare and precious. Grade immortal grade, incredibly hard to find. Use a holy item for solidifying one's foundation. After use, a cultivator can build an incomparably firm cultivation base. If a mortal consumes this fruit, they will immediately step into the shore of enlightenment realm, and their lifespan will increase by 1,000 years. Description grows at the bottom of the heavenly weeping demonic abyss. It takes 10,000 years to bear 3 fruits. Legend has it that a cultivator from a holy land once traded 3 sets of immortal grade cultivation techniques into sets of immortal grade spells just for 1 fruit of creation, solely to help his beloved junior build the most solid foundation. It has been praised since ancient times the method to forge the most powerful cultivation foundation in the world is to combine a divine grade Tao scripture with the fruit of creation. After reading, he gave a faint, confident smile. With the system's help, from now on in this sky-frame continent, is there any cultivator with a more solid foundation than this seat? With those words, he picked up the blazing fruit of creation. He shoved the fiery fruit into his mouth and chewed ravenously. As soon as he swallowed it, the surging spiritual energy in his body began to circulate wildly. He operated the Tao scripture to reconstruct his foundation. Then, a series of system notifications echoed in his ear. Ding! Host's cultivation has reached the 8th level of foundation establishment. Ding! Host's cultivation has dropped to the 6th level of foundation establishment. Ding! Host's cultivation is now at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Ding! Cultivation has returned to the mortal stage. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. Staring at the system panel, a line of text appeared. Do you wish to break through? Asher didn't hesitate for a second and immediately chose yes. The system continued to display a new notification, detecting that the host is cultivating the strongest foundation establishment technique, the Tao scripture, requesting an increase in the consumption of breakthrough points. It is estimated that circulating 1 cycle per month will consume 100 points. First month he ate the fruit of creation, began circulating the foundation establishment Tao scripture, and successfully broke through to the 1st level of foundation establishment. Second month he continued to swallow a fruit of creation, circulated the Tao scripture, and broke through to the 2nd level. Third month another fruit of creation, breaking through to the 3rd level. In a flash, it was the 9th month. He ate a fruit of creation, circulated the Tao scripture, and broke through to the 9th level of foundation establishment. And so, time passed. Asher sat quietly, motionless like a statue, cultivating. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, a sharp golden light shooting from them. He thought to himself, the world says 9 is the limit. They only know how to follow in the footsteps of their predecessors. They have no idea that daring to break the limit is the path to a glorious future. Within disaster lies fortune. To break and then rebuild. Between the boundary of life and death exists great terror, but also immense opportunity. After 7 days, a powerful surge of spiritual energy enveloped Asher's body. He opened his eyes, his gaze becoming unusually sharp. The system announced the result. This breakthrough has ended. Host has successfully broken through to the 10th level of foundation establishment, directly reaching the 10th level of the foundation establishment realm. Total consumption 10 months in 1,000 breakthrough points. Host's current breakthrough points 0. Asher threw his head back and laughed with delight. I've finally broken through. In the sky above the peak of Cloud Mist Peak, a breakthrough phenomenon erupted violently. Spiritual energy gathered in a frenzy. Dark clouds swirled, covering the sky, and lightning crackled down from above. At the summit of Heavenly Sword Peak, in a small pavilion perched on the mountain's edge, a woman of exquisite beauty frowned slightly as she observed the scene, silently calculating, why is this tide of spiritual energy surging so powerfully? Could that bitch Sylvia have actually broken through? That woman was none other than the Peak Master of Heavenly Sword Peak, Willow. She shifted her gaze towards Asher, who was still sitting in meditation. Today is the day my body and vital energy have accumulated to their absolute limit, he told himself. Today, I must use the highest state of foundation establishment perfection to shatter all shackles. The system's voice rang out. Ding! Host is breaking through to the sea of consciousness realm based on the supreme foundation of the 10th level of foundation establishment. Asher curled his lips into a slight smile and mumbled. Is the reward activation mechanism this simple? Bring it on. Let this seat see what the reward is. As soon as he finished speaking, he spun in midair with great momentum and threw a punch into the void. The terrifying force from his fist created a spreading shockwave. The system immediately announced, Host has completed the mission with excellence. Reward mechanism activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient sacred body. Seeing that line of text, Asher was stunned. Huh? What does this mean? What the hell is an ancient sacred body? Guardamate, the system explained. The ancient sacred body requires an enormous amount of resources to integrate. The sacred body is beginning to fuse with the host. Fusion successful. Hearing this, he became furious and stammered. You. He slapped his forehead in helplessness. For FCK's sake, I worked so hard to break the limit, and cultivation has already cost so much. Now I'm burdened with this ancient sacred body debt. System, you old bastard. What are you trying to pull on me? The system calmly explained the pros of the ancient sacred body. In ancient times, it was an invincible physique. Among those of the same level, few could match it. It was revered as the strongest combat physique of the human race. But its drawback is that as the world changed, cultivating it consumes a terrifying amount of resources. Even draining an entire holy land might not be enough, making it very easy for one's cultivation to stagnate. In short, at the present time, the ancient sacred body is no different from trash. Asher propped his chin on his hand as he listened to the system's instigation. Host, don't be afraid. Just go for it. Short on resources? Go rob some. If you can rob the old folks, go mug the young ones. Kill until no one dares to call themselves a king or an overlord. Just convert the resources into breakthrough points, and I guarantee the host can achieve the sacred body. He turned his head away and retorted, Are you delusional? Who knows how many more points I'll have to spend at breakthrough in the future. Opening his personal information panel, the system listed current realm Sea of Consciousness. Level 1 Special Physique Ancient Sacred Body Aptitude 317 Heaven Grade Cultivation Techniques Foundation Establishment Tao Scripture Breakthrough Points Zoro Luck Value -18 Pitch Black Attribute Luck Devour Can absorb the luck of others for oneself. Note luck directly affects one's fortune. Those with strong luck can become powerful even while doing nothing. Comprehensive combat strength over 19 times stronger than cultivators of the same level. He recited a cleansing mantra and sighed. Well, what's done is done. Since I've already fused with the ancient sacred body, I have no choice but to bite the bullet and continue cultivating. But luckily, he smirked, I still have my precious master to rely on. Finishing his seclusion, Asher stepped out of the back hall. In the front hall, Sylvia was sitting on a lotus-shaped chair. She was biting an apple, looking adorable. A voice rang out. Is it delicious? Sylvia answered reflexively. Of course. It's delicious. Realizing something was off, her expression changed, and she glared. Hey, it's all because of you. You bold and audacious rebellious disciple. Asher moved and unhugged her, smiling slyly. Master, a few days without seeing you feels like 3 years. Then he kissed her shoulder lightly. He teased. These past few days, it seems Master hasn't bathed at all. Her face darkened. Watch it. Isn't it because you were occupying the back hall? I couldn't even get in to take a bath. He laughed apologetically. It's truly my fault. In that case, let your disciple personally serve you in your bath to atone. Don't worry, Master. I won't dare to criticize or dislike you. He pulled her towards the bathroom, being dragged along. She cried, Rebellious disciple, what new trick are you trying to pull now? The scene shifts to the back hall. The two entered the bathroom. Asher held her in tightly. He praised. Master's body is truly as legendary as they say. Even after days without bathing, your skin, is still as white, smooth, and elegant as before. She blushed and scolded. "You damned rebellious disciple." He kissed her hand and whispered, "Master, this time, I'm counting on you. Your disciple's aptitude has been a bit poor lately. Please let me personally scrub your back for you." She sighed. "You truly are an incorrigible rebellious disciple." Then she turned her head away. Suddenly, she panicked. There's someone outside the hole. Outside, a refined man approached the cave entrance and asked, "Junior Sister Sylvia, have you come out of seclusion yet?" It was the Peak Master of Heavenly Sword Peak, Master Xing. Inside, she trembled as her back was being scrubbed. She replied, "Senior Brother Xing, please forgive me. A small incident occurred during my cultivation. I'm afraid I can't come out to meet you today." The system announced host, "You are truly a shameless villain. How dare you do that to your master?" Activating special reward Mystic Armament minus Jade Blood Sword. Outside the door, he said, "Junior Sister, I've brought a 7th grade healing pill specially concocted by Junior Brother Feng Dian himself. It should help you with your injuries." Inside, she replied intermittently, "No. No need to trouble you, Senior Brother. I just need a few days of rest, and I'll be fine." The system continuously announced, "Dang. You and the heavenly fragrance are cultivating together. Aptitude 100. Then it repeated, "You and the heavenly fragrance are cultivating together. Aptitude 100. Shang said with disappointment, "All right, as you wish then." "Junior Sister, are you aware that your disciple, Asher, has brazenly challenged Zane of Heavenly Sword Peak on the life and death arena? I've heard rumors that your disciple is unlearned and unskilled, with extremely poor cultivation. If he loses this match, I'm afraid it will severely damage the reputation of our Cloud Mist Peak." Inside, they changed positions. She replied, "I'm aware of that, but I can't control him anymore. Just let him be." The system announced aptitude has reached 617. Promoted to heaven grade. Cultivation speed increased by 25 times. Shin continued, "Well, Junior Sister must have her own considerations. It was I who was being nosy. This piece of music is called Phoenix Courting. I composed it while watching the moon these past few days. Today, I'd like to present it to you for your enjoyment." Amidst the gentle flute music, the master and disciple were still embracing. She blushed and chided, "You damned rebellious disciple." Thinking back, she felt ashamed. Just now, I was actually chatting with Senior Brother Xing while doing that. He teased, "Master, Senior Brother Xing's flute playing is so good that your disciple couldn't help but praise it." She replied, "Get lost." He smiled slyly, "Master, given our close and intimate relationship now, I'd like to borrow some more of your cultivation resources." "That should be fine, right?" The system said, "Damn. Host is so evil. Planning to get 2 for the price of 1? The host is taking and playing at the same time. Truly a despicable scoundrel. Reward 500 breakthrough points." Afterward, in the inner hall, she, draped in a thin robe, said, "These are all 4th grade pills. The 5th grade ones are pitifully few." Then, coldly, "They're all gone. Unless you release my seal, I can't take any more heavenly treasures out of my storage ring." Asher gathered all the resources and smiled. Forget it. Forget it. At least there are still 4. 0 high-grade spirit stones. Better than nothing. Thanks a lot, Master." Watching him leave, she thought about asking the Holy Lord for help but was afraid he would escape. She slammed the ground in anger. If things turn out like this, am I to live out my days as a mortal and wait to die of old age? That is absolutely not the life for me. "Sylvia." She took out a mask. "Luckily, when he unsealed me earlier, I managed to secretly hide this treasure. It's a good thing he didn't search my body, or this bronze visage would have been taken by him. Although my cultivation hasn't been restored, this mask can conceal a cultivator's aura. As long as I don't come into contact with others, no one will know my cultivation is sealed. At least I won't be discovered and hunted by my enemies." Gazing at the mask, she thought, "Come to think of it, this mask was dropped when the old devil Asher was being hunted. What a pity. That old devil Asher cultivated for a mere 100 years and could already be called an overlord. If he had followed the righteous path, he wouldn't have ended up in such a tragic situation." Putting on the mask, she sighed softly. "Forget it. What's past is past. I must find a way to escape this traitor's control as soon as possible, or I will be suppressed by him for the rest of my life. Inside Asher's cave dwelling, he suddenly sensed an unusual signal. He stroked his chin, a look of triumph on his face as if he had achieved his goal. Oh, so Master has finally put on the bronze visage. It wasn't a waste of my efforts after all. He couldn't help but imagine her alluring appearance wearing the mask, his face flushing with excitement. Put it on. If you don't, how can I feel at ease and continue to develop in the Genesis Prime Holy Land? My good master. Next, Asher took out the sword rewarded by the system. This jade blood sword. A gift from the system. Though not a supreme grade item, it's far from ordinary. It's a rare mystic armament, and time is of the essence. There are only 3 days left until the life and death duel on the Thunder Arena. The situation is extremely urgent. If I cultivate diligently, this sword can be of great help. Immediately after, he began to form seals, channeling his true ki and entering a state of sword Tao cultivation. A moment later, his soul separated from his body from between his eyebrows, stepped onto the flying sword, and transformed into a streak of light, flying away. The system immediately displayed a notification: congratulations to the host for comprehending sword intent. Beginning the search process for the intent, Asher rode the sword at maximum speed, flying further and further away. On the system interface, the distance continuously jumped 800 meters. A moment later, Asher suddenly changed direction, shooting straight up, piercing through thick layers of clouds. The system displayed the number 999 meters, floating in my draft. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. In his pupils, the image of 2 concentric circles appeared. A strange phenomenon began to form around him. Pillars of multicolored mystic energy surrounding his body. Is this sword intent? Asher thought to himself. He raised his hands to form a seal in front of him and said softly, "Comprehend sword intent." A ray of light shot from between his eyebrows straight into the pillar of mystic energy before him. He closed his eyes, focusing all his spirit to perceive it. When he opened his eyes again, a mystical talisman had appeared between his eyebrows. The system immediately announced: congratulations to the host for successfully finding sword intent. You have received the Primal 5 Great Sword Intent's Heavenly Slaughter, Sword Intent Slaughter, Rebuke. Finished. Asher laughed heartily. Heavenly Slaughter's Sword Intent. Not bad at all. This type of sword intent is very compatible with me. Excellent. I'll return to my cave and use the system to try and break through my sword intent. Once I succeed, I'll use a single sword strike to dominate the life and death arena. The scene shifts to the Genesis Prime Holy Land. The Tida Peak area. A scantily clad young woman stepped out, her sharp gaze fixed on the distance. Someone in the 10,000 Treasures Holy Land is searching for sword intent. This is interesting. She was the Holy Lord of the Genesis Prime Holy Land, Lady Violet. Seeing the phenomenon in the distance, she was slightly shaken with surprise. That person was able to reach a height of 999 meters. How is that possible? For the past 30,000 years, only the quasi-emperor sword god of the endless sword domain has reached that realm. Could it be that a sword god has also appeared in my Genesis Prime Holy Land? 3 days later, at Heavenly Punishment Peak, where the life and death arena was held, a large crowd of male and female disciples had gathered, packing the area. It's so lively today. A lazy voice rang out. The speaker was Kaelan, a direct disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak. Beside him, Zane immediately chimed in. Senior brother Kaelan, I heard you just came out of seclusion after breaking through to the Divine Power Realm. Congratulations. Kaelan shrugged. The Divine Power Realm is nothing to write home about. Glancing around, Kaelan saw Vera, also a direct disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak. I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you wouldn't bother with boring places like this. Vera replied coldly. This matter started because of me. Of course, I have to come and watch. Asher and I have some history. I don't want him to die up there. Kaelan frowned slightly, thinking to himself, I don't understand what's so great about the useless Asher that junior sister Vera would speak up for him. Zane then asked, Senior sister, are you planning to save a man on death's row again? Another disciple standing nearby also snickered along. With Asher's pathetic skills, he still dares to provoke senior brother Zane. He really doesn't want to live anymore. Another person interjected. That's right. Why isn't he here yet? He must be too scared. The young man in black next to him said, I don't know either. How could Cloud Mist Peak let such a piece of trash be their senior brother? Suddenly, a girl with a strong aura, holding a staff, shouted loudly, You bunch of sycophants who bully the weak. Do you find joy in mocking others? Is this how your Peak Master taught you? She was Rosie, the fifth junior sister of Cloud Mist Peak. The crowd immediately recognized her, exclaiming in surprise, It's fifth junior sister Rosie. She came to watch the show too. Everyone shouted in unison, Junior sister Rosie. One person looked up and saw Asher steering a flying ship towards them. He immediately shouted, Asher's here. Asher maintained a calm demeanor, calmly landing the flying ship. Rosie ran over happily. Senior brother, Asher replied. Junior sister. You're here too. Rosie stood before him and said loudly, Senior brother, with me here, I guarantee no one will touch a single hair on your head. Asher patted her head and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'm very resilient. I won't let myself get hurt. Rosie looked at him with concern. 20 days ago, I was in seclusion and heard you were injured. I felt very uneasy. Asher smiled comfortingly. It's the thought that counts. It's not your fault. After speaking, he glanced towards Vera in the distance. That's the goddess the previous owner of this body secretly adored. Huh? She's decent, but her cultivation is just so-so. Vera looked at him with suspicion, wondering to herself, why do I feel like he's become a completely different person? On the other side, Zane and Kaylan's eyes revealed killing intent. Zane asked in a low voice, Senior brother, Rosie is here. Should I still make a move later? Kaylan smiled coldly and replied, It's the life and death eater. Killing someone is no big deal. Do you think Rosie can cover the sky with one hand? Kill him. Just kill him for me. Zane replied, Understood. Senior brother, rest assured. I will give him a proper reception. He then stepped straight onto the arena, spread his arms, and shouted, Asher, since you're here, get your ass up here. After I'm done with you, I still have to go back to my seclusion. Asher just gave a faint smile and replied, Hey, hold on. I have a few words to say. Then, he stood proudly before the crowd, taking out a verdant jade bottle from his person. He said in a loud voice, Fellow junior brothers and sisters, everyone has traveled far to watch this match. How could I let you go home empty-handed? In my hand is a bottle of 7th grade heavenly profound pills. There are a total of 6 pills inside, all of supreme quality. How about we make a little wager for fun? As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice echoed in his head. Damn, the host is truly sinister. Using the pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger trick to swindle resources. System Hot rewards the host with 300 breakthrough points. Below, the crowd buzzed with excitement. My God, is that the legendary 7th grade heavenly profound pill? I've heard that taking this pill can drastically increase the speed of comprehending divine powers, and it has a very high chance of helping one break through a peak-level realm. From a distance, Kaylan smelled the treasure. He pretended to be refined and asked, So, what are the rules of the bet? On the surface, he was dignified, but in his heart, he was scheming. This is perfect timing. I just broke through to the divine power realm a few days ago and urgently need this kind of pill to nourish myself. I never expected that useless Asher would be foolish enough to deliver this divine medicine right to my doorstep. Standing next to Asher, Rosie called out worriedly, Senior brother. She was anxious. If Master finds out Senior brother made such a huge bet, she will surely punish him severely. Hearing the question, Asher stroked his chin, looked at the jade bottle, and said seriously, The true value of these 6 supreme grade 7th grade heavenly profound pills is probably something you all can't fully imagine. The elder of heavenly punishment beak standing over there probably knows best. Right? Called out unexpectedly. The elder was stunned. He stared at Asher and blurted out, Huh? Realizing his gaffe, the old man coughed a few times to regain his authority and said solemnly, This type of pill indeed cannot be bought with money. If it were to be auctioned, each pill would be worth at least 1 million high-grade spirit stones. 6 pills would be 6 million high-grade spirit stones. Hearing that price, everyone was stunned. They all knew 7th grade pills were expensive, but they never imagined they would be that expensive. Kaylan pondered, What can I bet? Is there anything valuable enough to match 6 million high-grade spirit stones? At this, Asher spread his hands to the crowd and continued, "Everyone, don't be so tense. If one person can't put up such a large sum, you can all pool your resources together. When you win, you can just divide the prize according to the proportion you contributed. Doesn't that solve the problem?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they nodded in agreement. "Right. That makes sense. We can totally pool our money." "Yes. This method is brilliant." The crowd immediately became chaotic, placing all their spirit stones and treasures on the betting table. I'm in. I'm in. I'm also betting. I'm putting everything on senior brother Asher losing." "Me too. Don't push. Don't rush. Everyone just calm down and take a seat." Looking at the mountain of spirit stones and treasures piled high, the demon lord Asher smiled smugly. He thought to himself, "Everything is going exactly as I planned. They're all betting on me to lose. I'm going to make a fortune this time." The nearby elder also looked at the pile of treasures, stroking his beard and silently appraising them. All good stuff. When everything was settled, Asher stood up and announced, "All right, I officially declare the betting agreement established, with the elder of the Heavenly Punishment Department acting as a witness. I guarantee no one will dare to go back on their word." Being interested, the old elder nodded in acceptance. As soon as he finished speaking, Asher stomped his foot hard and leapt onto the life and death arena, ready for battle. He landed with great force, sending dust flying everywhere. Zane saw this, crossed his arms, and sneered, "Ha, you piece of trash. You finally crawled up here to offer your life." Hearing this, Asher looked straight at him with fiery red eyes and calmly replied, "Come on. Life or death is not important to me today." Immediately after, the elder announced loudly, "I declare the life and death battle officially begins." Instantly, a golden barrier rose up, enveloping the arena, preventing the combatants from fleeing and blocking any outside assistance. Outside, seeing the solid barrier fully formed, Kale-An couldn't hide his joy. He smiled smugly and said, the good show was about to begin. Back to the tense situation on the arena, Zane lowered his center of gravity, a sinister smile on his lips, while continuously releasing a surging aura of lightning. He thought to himself, "Today, I have reached the peak of the 9th level of the Sea of Consciousness, dealing with a piece of trash like Asher, who is only at the 4th level of the Sea of Consciousness. Isn't it as easy as squashing an ant?" As soon as the thought finished, he immediately channeled power into his legs and stomped hard. The incredible force cracked the arena floor. Then, his body shot forward like an arrow, rushing straight towards Asher. In a flash, he launched a thunderous kick, crackling with lightning, aimed directly at Asher's fatal temple. But Asher reacted extremely quickly, just slightly leaning back to narrowly dodge Zane's deadly blow. Immediately after, he pushed off the ground for momentum. He continuously retreated to create a safe distance. Seeing that exquisite dodge, Zane was slightly surprised. He gritted his teeth and laughed loudly. "Your speed is quite good. Then try to block this." Before his words faded, he had already circulated his power, concentrating dense lightning energy into his palm. The energy gathered, forming sharp swords. Then, he swung his arm, throwing them with force, making them whistle through the air towards Asher, not forgetting to shout provocatively, "Let's see you dodge this." Faced with the 3 lightning-fast swords, Asher remained calm, his gaze indifferent as he glanced at them. Then, he gracefully leaned back again, once more easily dodging all the sword tips. The 3 lightning-infused swords missed their target, plunging straight into the arena floor and exploding. Watching from below, Rosie was filled with anxiety, clasping her hands in prayer. "Heavenly Father, please protect my senior brother and keep him safe." In contrast to her anxiety, the surrounding crowd cheered with excitement. Zane's attacks are so vicious. Every move aims for a vital point. If he just keeps defending like this, he'll definitely lose. Even if Asher's movement technique is faster, he can't defeat an opponent with such a level difference. Excellent. Asher is sure to lose this time. Back to the intense action on the arena. Zane was like a wild beast in a frenzy, continuously closing in and attacking Asher relentlessly. He gathered lightning and explosive force into his fists, throwing punch after punch, but each time, Asher flexibly and easily dodged them. Not only that, but the demon lord Asher also took the opportunity while dodging to stick out his tongue and taunt. Come on, hit me if you can. As expected, that provocation made Zane grit his teeth in anger. This bastard is as slippery as an eel, always weaving around. I can't catch him. I can't keep dragging this on. I have to end this quickly. With that thought, he reached behind him and drew his sharp sword. His aura erupted fiercely as he charged forward like a hurricane. He continuously unleashed his most powerful divine techniques. Countless streams of purple-black sword ki shot out from the tip of Zane's sword, densely filling the sky and sealing all of Asher's escape routes. Sensing the imminent danger, Asher calmly thought to himself, "This guy is trying to cage me with his sword ki. That's just fine. I can take this opportunity to test out my new weapon." Mumbling to himself, he drew the gleaming jade blood sword. Then, Asher gently swung his sword behind him. The sharp blade immediately tore a gap in Zane's dense net of sword ki. Feeling the superior power of the jade blood sword, he praised it silently. Not bad at all. Asher slipped through the hole he had just created, escaping the encirclement of sword ki in an instant. Behind him, Zane witnessed this and suddenly revealed a sinister smile. This piece of trash has finally exposed a fatal flaw. He immediately closed in on Asher, kicking out and shouting, "Die, you useless garbage." Asher unexpectedly loosened his right hand, letting the sword fall, and then, quick as a flash, used both hands to block Zane's powerful kick. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. "You fell for my trap." In that instant, he used his left hand to grab the falling jade blood sword. He calculated in his head, "I possess the ancient sacred body. Although it hasn't reached minor completion yet, in close combat, I can confidently say I'm invincible within the same realm." Seizing the opportunity, he immediately charged towards Zane, swinging his sword in a decisive strike. The cold sword slash streaked across Zane's body so fast he couldn't react. He stood frozen in place, crying out in despair, "How can this be? How?" Immediately after, his body collapsed to the ground, officially relocating to the underworld to meet the King of Hell. The crowd below the arena was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened before their eyes. Once he regained his senses, Kaelin gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Fang hell! The spectating disciples couldn't help but buzz in shock. How is this possible? Zane was actually defeated so miserably. Asher is only at the 4th level of the Sea of Consciousness. How could he overwhelm and kill a peak Sea of Consciousness expert? Wasn't it just 20 days ago that Asher's cultivation was crippled? What trick did he use to become so powerful today? Just then, on the arena, the Heavenly Punishment Peak Elder raised the scroll and announced loudly, "I declare the winner is Asher." As soon as the words fell, the disciples below clutched their heads and wailed tragically. "Oh my God, my 3,000 high-grade spirit stones are gone. I lost a precious mystic armament. Damn it. From now on, I swear I'll never bet again." Suddenly, Asher began to act. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He dropped to one knee, supporting his trembling body with the jade blood sword. His face was pale, his breathing ragged. Rosie saw this and rushed forward in a panic. Senior brother, senior brother, senior brother. Are you okay?" Asher replied weakly. "Junior sister, quickly help me to the direct disciple's seat to rest." But in his heart, the demon lord was laughing slyly. "If you want to play the pig to eat the tiger, you have to act the part convincingly. I absolutely can't let them see through me." My apologies, fellow junior brothers and sisters. Your mystic armaments, kills, heavenly treasures, and spirit stones are all mine now. Standing nearby, Kaelin watched Rosie help Asher walk past, a meaningful curl on his lips. He schemed silently. "Asher, it seems your injuries are not light. But don't worry, everything you won today, I will definitely make you vomit it all back up, not leaving a single thing." After thinking, Kaelin turned and gave an order to Flynn. "Flynn, you go up." This person, named Flynn, was a direct disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak. Hearing the order, Flynn didn't object, clasping his hands and bowing respectfully. "As you command, senior brother Kaelan." He immediately rode his sword, flying over to challenge Asher. Hold on. Senior brother Asher, do you dare compete with me in a match? This forceful challenge made Rosie turn around and shout angrily. Are you blind? Can't you see senior brother Asher is heavily injured? And you want to fight now? What dark intentions do you have? Hearing this, Kaelin interjected to defend him. Junior sister Rosie, your words are a bit too harsh. Once you step onto the life and death arena, you can't avoid being challenged by experts. Besides, Asher just won so many resources from everyone. Everyone thinks he got lucky. To be frank, everyone feels a bit unwilling to accept it. The momentum is high right now. Why not let Asher and Flynn have a match? As for the bet, it remains the same. If Asher wins again, everyone will surely accept their loss. As he spoke, Kaelin was secretly scheming. Let's see how you'll dodge this time. After thinking, he gave a provocative smile. So, do you dare to bet? The senior brother of Clow Miss Pete can't be a coward who doesn't dare to accept a bet. Can he? Asher glanced at Kaelin, thinking to himself, is this kid trying to pick a fight with me? Seeing the situation, he pretended to cough up blood and replied in a weak voice. I'm currently injured. Moreover, I'm only at the 4th level of the Sea of Consciousness. For me to fight a 1st-level Divine Bridge Realm expert is extremely dangerous. Therefore, the betting odds must be increased by at least 30%. The system immediately displayed a notification. Oh my god. The host is truly the most cunning person in the world. Sinister, yet also greedy. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 200 breakthrough points. Seeing Asher quickly accept it agreed, Kale immediately revealed a sinister smile. He thought to himself, as expected, greed without strength is the greatest sin. Since you're seeking death yourself, don't blame me for being ruthless. Vera heard this and could only sigh in exasperation. Doesn't this Asher know when to stop? Immediately after, Asher enthusiastically took out a drum and started beating. Dope. Come on. Come see Asher fight again on the life and death arena. Does everyone want to win back their capital? Do you want to recoup your losses? One more round. Give yourself a chance to get rich. The crowd immediately swarmed forward to place their bets, intending to win back both their principal and interest. This time, the amount they bet was several times higher than before. This time, Asher wants to fight Flynn. He has no hope of winning. He has no chance of winning. That's right. He just finished a big fight. His body is weak. Let's bet everything. Asher will surely lose. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the demon Lord Asher smiled slyly. He thought, whether or not this old man gets rich depends entirely on all of you. Immediately after, a heavenly punishment peak elder waved his hand and shouted, the life and death arena battle, Asher versus Flynn, officially begins. As soon as the words fell, the protective barrier was activated. Rosie stood outside, looking up at Asher, clasping her hands in prayer. Her heart was filled with worry. Can senior brother win this match? Asher looked down at Rosie below, a confident smile on his lips. Junior sister, don't worry. On the arena, Flynn finally spoke to Asher. I didn't want to come up here to fight you, but I have my own difficulties. Asher gave a faint smile and asked, oh, really? What difficulties? Flynn thought of his seriously injured junior sister at home and said slowly, my junior sister was severely injured on a mission. She needs an extremely precious heavenly treasure to save her life. And senior brother Kaelin happens to have it. For my junior sister, I cannot lose this fight. Asher, it has come to this. I can only apologize to you. After all, swords have no eyes. If you die, don't blame me. That's a very touching story, but I'm sorry. If you're on the life and death arena, you have to disregard life and death. As he spoke, the demon lord revealed a treacherous smile. Before his words had even faded, Asher had already executed a movement technique like a phantom. He flashed across the arena, leaving behind countless after-images. Before Flynn could even understand what was happening, a slash carrying terrifying power was already upon him. Fortunately, he managed to block it in time. Though shocked by Asher's strength, Flynn turned around and shouted angrily, how dare you sneak attack me? By now, Asher was already behind Flynn, a demonic smile on his face. Flynn, leave your junior sister to my care. You can rest in peace. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Before Flynn could say another word, a cold, sharp sword had pierced through his body. Without stopping, Asher immediately pulled out the sword, circulated his spiritual energy, and poured it all into his hand. He launched a palm strike that shattered Flynn's bones. He sent his opponent flying into the air. His body slammed hard against the barrier of the life and death arena. His eyes rolled back, his face pressed against the protective shield. Flynn's body slowly slid down, leaving a long streak of blood on the barrier. Asher said in a mocking tone, "You should remember that villains often die because they talk too much. That's why I usually don't like to waste time with nonsense." As he spoke, Asher calmly sheathed his sword, looking back at the crowd of spectators. Everyone's faces were pale, devoid of blood. They were all wide-eyed and open-mouthed, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. How is this possible? Asher is only at the 4th level of the Sea of Consciousness. How could he crush Flynn, and even beat him so badly that he had no strength to fight back? That move Asher just used was a mystic-grade movement technique. To be able to create 7 after images means he has already reached the great perfection realm. I've lost everything again. This time, I don't even have my underwear left to wear. A person with a look of utter despair lamented. I just took out a hot loan for 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, and it's all gone just like that? The young man standing next to him had no words to describe his pain, only crying until his tears ran dry. Rosie ran over happily and hugged Asher's arm, chirping, "Senior brother, you are truly amazing." It was nothing at all. Nothing to praise. Asher walked over to the pile of treasures, took out a storage bag, and collected everything. He smiled, his eyes narrowed. Great. Today is truly a beautiful day. Oh dear, the storage bag is full. He turned to Rosie and asked, "Junior sister, do you have any empty space in your bag?" "Of course I do. Senior brother, here, take this." With that, Rosie happily threw her storage bag to Asher. "Thanks, junior sister. I'll definitely return it to you later." "No need, senior brother. Just take it and use it. Don't be so formal with me." Asher held the bottle of heavenly profound pills, glanced at the crowd, and said with a mocking smile, "These supreme-grade heavenly profound pills smell so good. Doesn't anyone want them?" That remark made to people standing nearby so angry they wanted to vomit blood. Please, be a human being. You didn't come here to duel. You clearly came here to stock up your business. Hearing this, the demon lord sighed softly. "Well, if that's the case, then I guess your senior brother can leave now." After speaking, Asher calmly walked towards his flying ship. The system's notification rang out again. "Host, you are truly both wicked and despicable. As expected of someone born with the fate of a villain, you have received a system reward of 200 breakthrough points." Watching Asher's back, Rosie couldn't help but worry. "Senior brother, you've offended Kale, and today, this person is extremely scheming. You must be very careful and never underestimate him." Returning to his cave dwelling, the demon lord laid out all the treasures and spirit stones he had won from the bets, covering the floor. "This time, I've collected items worth a total of 16 million spirit stones. I wonder how many breakthrough points I can exchange them for." With that thought, Asher picked up a saber. Then he offered it to the system to exchange for breakthrough points. Immediately, a notification panel appeared: consumed common grade junior saber. Gained 1 new breakthrough point. After reading it, Asher was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. Only 1 point? Are you kidding me? Is there something wrong with the system? Last time I consumed a common grade item, I got 5 breakthrough points. Why is it 1 this time? The system displayed another notification to explain, as the host cultivation level increases, the quality of items consumed to exchange for breakthrough points will also increase. But breakthrough points are also clearly distinguished by quality. If the host relies on low-quality items to accumulate breakthrough points, well, I can only say I'm sorry. Also, spirit stones cannot be directly exchanged for points. Don't ask why. It's simply because I don't want to calculate the exchange rate. After reading it, Asher blurted out a curse. Damn it. He stroked his chin and calculated. If that's the case, I'll take some of the low-quality goods to the treasure-gathering peak to sell. Then, I'll buy high-quality items before making the exchange. Only then can I maximize the benefits. While he was thinking, Asher suddenly sensed something and let out a no. The bronze visage is reacting. Could Master be talking to someone? The scene shifts to tide a peak. Sylvia was asking Lady Violet, Holy Lord, you're saying that Asher entered the deepest part of the primal origin land and found the legendary primal sword intent? How is that possible? My disciple's aptitude is inherently foolish. Let alone finding the primal sword intent. Even entering the primal origin land to search for sword intent would be extremely difficult for him. Hearing this, Lady Violet affirmed, that night, this seat was right here and witnessed it with my own eyes. Then she asked, Sylvia, has your disciple shown any strange changes recently? Sylvia replied, Holy Lord, are you suspecting he has been possessed? This seat initially thought so too, but quickly dismissed it. A person who can have their spirit leave their body to perform a possession must have a cultivation of at least the minor saint realm. To reach the minor saint realm, one must naturally have their own Tao intent. A person can only enter the primal origin land once in their lifetime. Even a possessor cannot violate that supreme rule. Therefore, this seat does not suspect Asher was possessed. So, if my disciple wasn't possessed, how could he reach the deepest part of the primal origin land? Hearing this, the Holy Lord's voice turned deep and gloomy. Perhaps he has obtained some heaven-defying opportunity. Sylvia, you must nurture this disciple well. In the future, our Genesis Prime Holy Land might just have another true Emperor Sword God. I understand. On the surface, Sylvia replied as such, but in her heart, she was resentful. Nurture him well? How else am I supposed to nurture him? I've already nurtured myself into an item in that rebellious disciple's pocket. From aptitude and cultivation to experience, it's all inclusive. On the other side, Asher had overheard the entire conversation between Sylvia and Lady Violet. The demon lord couldn't help but let out a triumphant laugh, thinking, Master, my good master, if Lady Violet says so, then please, let's have another great battle of 300 rounds and exchange even more martial arts postures. A while later, Asher arrived at Sylvia's cave dwelling, seeing his master wearing a mask, lying in a seductive pose on her throne. He said, Master, your disciple has come to seek your teachings again. Hearing his voice, Fairy Sylvia snorted coldly, her voice unhappy. You rebellious disciple, why did you deceive your master? I wonder what matter your disciple has hidden from you. Master, do you even have to ask? Of course. It's the matter of you finding your sword intent. The demon lord rushed forward and wrapped his arms around Sylvia's waist, feigning surprise. Oh, Master, how did you find out about that? Sylvia pushed his hands away as she explained. The Holy Lord is a Saint King realm overlord with the ability to control the rules of space. When you were searching for your sword intent and caused a commotion. Of course, there was no way to hide it from her. So that's how it is. What happened after that? The Holy Land decided to go all out to nurture this peerless genius. Right? Sylvia turned her face away, calmly replying, In the Genesis, Prime Holy Land, we never waste resources. Even if you were a resurrected ancient emperor, you would still have to rely on your own strength to fight and seize opportunities. Flowers grown in a greenhouse cannot withstand the wind and rain. He gently caressed her smooth face and whispered, In any case, your disciple is already here. Being idle serves no purpose. Why not trouble Master to help your disciple improve his cultivation aptitude a little? As soon as the words left his mouth, Asher immediately pushed Sylvia down, leaning in and biting her an possessive lie. The system's voice rang in his head host is truly too wicked. Continuing to dual cultivate with Master time and time again. Special reward granted 1 vial of 6th grade Crane's Crest poison. What was inevitable finally happened. Fairy Sylvia was completely under his control. Pressed face down on the bed, unable to resist. Her pale hands unwillingly clenched the bed sheets, her breathing ragged. Meanwhile, the system continuously reminded Ding. Cultivation aptitude 100. Ding. Cultivation aptitude 100. After 3 hours of fierce, non-stop battle, Asher calmly adjusted his clothes, preparing to leave. Meanwhile, Sylvia was completely limp, exhausted and sprawled on the bed. The system displayed a summary notification Ding. Host's aptitude has reached 917 heaven grade. Cultivation speed has increased to 31 times. Host cultivation has soared. You are now only half a step away from the 5th level of the Sea of Consciousness. Please continue your efforts. After reading, Asher pondered. It seems the effect is diminishing. The heavenly fragrance physique shouldn't be this weak. Is it because Master's cultivation is sealed? Should I unseal her next time and try again? Thinking of that, he was startled and quickly dismissed the idea. No, that's too dangerous. After achieving his goal and satisfying himself, Asher turned around and bowed respectfully to Sylvia. Master has worked hard today. Your disciple will take his leave now. Hearing this, Sylvia remained silent, her face expressionless, but her heart was churning with suppressed rage. You damned rebellious disciple. There will come a day when this seat will chop you into tiny pieces. In the dead of night, at the treasure-gathering pavilion. Inside the treasure pavilion tower, Asher leisurely walked into the main hall. As soon as they saw him, the two guards whispered, "Isn't that the direct disciple of Cloud Mist Peak, Asher? I heard he won 2 consecutive life and death matches on the arena today." From within the tower, a beautiful woman walked out, smiling and bowing. Inner disciple of Treasure Gathering Peak, Serena, pays her respects to senior brother Asher. You came here to sell items, didn't you? Asher reached out and lifted her chin, smiling back. Oh, how did junior sister know I came here to sell items? Could it be that you know the art of mind reading? Serena looked up at him and said softly, "Today, senior brother showed his divine might on the life and death arena, winning countless treasures and spirit stones. This news has spread throughout the entire Holy Land. Now that you've personally come to the treasure gathering pavilion, of course, I can guess that you're here to liquidate those spoils of war." After speaking, she gestured with her hand. "Senior brother, please follow me inside." Following her, Asher silently considered. I just arrived at the treasure pavilion, and this woman has already taken the initiative to lead the way, deliberately approaching me so quickly. What is she up to? Once inside, he only casually glanced at ordinary items, which puzzled Serena. She thought to herself, how strange. After coming in here, senior brother Asher has only been picking up items to play with. He doesn't seem to have any intention of buying anything, and I can't guess what he's planning. On his side, Asher was intently looking at a spear or turb, calculating. A common-grade weapon worth 50 high-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 2 breakthrough points. A spear or turb of equivalent value can be exchanged for 10. A second-grade origin key bill can be exchanged for 15. So, if I use the object with the most concentrated origin key in the world, that is, a cultivator, and exchange them directly with the system, what would happen? Wouldn't that trigger a massive storm of breakthrough points? The system immediately replied, "Host is truly a genius. To think of something so sinister. You are truly worthy of being the villain of destiny. Hot reward 1 Earth-grade flying ship, the Mystic Silver Throne." But the system reminded him living beings cannot be exchanged for breakthrough points. Hearing this, the Demon Lord sighed. All right, what a pity. Standing behind him, Serena shivered silently. Did I see that wrong? Why did it feel like a bloody, murderous glint just flashed in his eyes? Suddenly, Asher turned around and said, "Junior sister Serena, I want to buy all kinds of pills for restoring origin key and true essence. Just get me a quantity worth 15 million high-grade spirit stones for now." Serena was startled. Huh? Why does he need so many origin-restoring pills? Is he planning to soak himself in an origin key bath? But she still replied, "All right, I'll go arrange it right away." Asher nodded. Thank you for your trouble, junior sister." Watching her leave, he thought, I still have some spirit stones left over. I might as well see if there's anything else I need. Suddenly, a bloody glint of sword intent flashed between his brows and then disappeared. He turned his head to look at an ordinary piece of bronze. He wondered why that unremarkable piece of bronze was resonating with his primal sword intent. Could this bronze fragment be hiding some secret? The sword intent inside me seems to be strongly attracted to it. Just then, Serena returned. "Senior brother, I have had someone gather the pills you need. Please come and inspect them." He replied, "All right. Junior sister Serena, how much is this bronze fragment in my hand? I want to buy it too." She waved her hand. "It's just a worthless piece of scrap. If senior brother Asher likes it, you can just take it." He placed a bag of spirit stones in her hand, saying, There are over 100 high-grade spirit stones in here. You can take it. I don't like to owe anyone anything. Then he turned away. Let's go. We'll go down and inspect the goods. Serena quickly called out. Wait. Hold on. Senior brother. He asked slowly. Is there something else? Junior sister? She hesitated and then said. I have a favor to ask of you. Senior brother Asher. Asher thought to himself. As I expected. She needs something from me. A moment later. In the guest room, Serena was diligently massaging his shoulders. Asher closed his eyes and asked. What exactly do you want from me? If it's too complicated, you don't need to say it. She gave a forced laugh, hummed in agreement, and then asked, Senior brother, do you know about the Genesis Prime Divine Tower? He replied, Of course, I know about it. The Genesis Prime Divine Tower was the life-bound Emperor armament of the Genesis Prime Emperor back then. It excels in both offense and defense, with a power that can cover tens of thousands of feet. After the Emperor passed away, he placed it to guard the summit of Genesis Prime Peak. It's not only the guardian treasure of the Genesis Prime Holy Land but also the best place for training disciples. The Divine Art Trial is a place to test a disciple's strategy, talent, strength, will, and even their Tao heart. The higher one climbs, the greater the benefits. She continued, The matter I need to ask Senior Brother for help with is directly related to the Genesis Prime Divine Hour. I'm sure you know that one of the 3 largest mystic realms of the Genesis Prime Holy Land, the Desolate Demon Mystic Realm, will be opening in less than a month. He replied, I've been busy cultivating lately and haven't paid attention to other matters. But I have heard a little about the Desolate Demon Mystic Realm. It's a very good place to find treasures. She went on, Senior Brother, to enter the Desolate Demon Mystic Realm, one must climb the Genesis Prime Divine Hour and participate in its trial to be granted entry. In that trial, those who rank in the top 300 among Sea of Consciousness Realm disciples and the top 700 among Divine Bridge Realm disciples will be qualified to enter the Mystic Realm. Senior Brother Asher, there are very few opponents at your level. If you enter the Genesis Prime Divine Tower, you can definitely rank in the top 300. And what I want to ask of you is, she hesitated, then leaned close to his ear and whispered, Senior Brother, can you help me just once? Hearing this, Asher glanced at her with a deep, meaningful look. The scene shifts to his cave dwelling. On the roof, a massive storm of energy suddenly appeared. Lightning flashed continuously, and the spiritual energy from all directions was forcibly gathered there. Inside, Asher sat cross-legged in cultivation as the system rapidly reported Host has broken through to the 4th level of the Sea of Consciousness. Host has broken through to the 5th level. Host has broken through to the 6th level. Host has broken through to the 9th level. He asked in a cold voice, System, what are the necessary conditions for me to break through to the 10th level of the Sea of Consciousness? The system replied the key item for breaking through to the 10th level of the Sea of Consciousness has not yet been found on the host. Unfortunately, the host's breakthrough process has failed. Please set out to collect Myriad Elixir Spirit Milk, Bodhi Divine Flower, and Soul Infant Demon Fruit. These are the 3 extremely rare and mandatory treasures required for the breakthrough. Asher held his forehead and sighed. These 3 treasures are all rare, immortal-grade items, hard to find anywhere. The market outside simply doesn't sell them. Even if they did, the price would be astronomical. And since I can't break through yet, I don't have the strength to just go and steal them. In the midst of his predicament, he recalled what Serena had said. Senior Brother Asher, many years ago, a disciple managed to bring back half of a rotten soul infant demon fruit from the desolate demon mystic realm. He gave a faint, meaningful smile. It seems this situation forces me to make a trip to the Genesis Prime Divine Hour to see for myself. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, the bells on the summit of Genesis Prime Peak rang out, echoing everywhere, signaling the official start of a major event. Disciples from all directions swarmed in like ants, all hastily steering their flying ships, filling the sky and heading straight for the Genesis Prime Divine Hour. In the distance, 2 people stood before the Divine Hour's gate, talking animatedly. The grand event that happens only once every 30 years is indeed extremely lively. I wonder if any outstanding disciple will appear this time to break the previous records. Just then, a name appeared on the massive stone stele crystal, inner disciple of Tao Cloud Peak, successfully entered the 78th floor of the Sea of Consciousness Stele, ranking 7th on the total Sea of Consciousness Stele. Aptitude Immortal Mid-Grade. Strategy Heaven Grade. Seeing this achievement, Elder Faye of Genesis Prime Peak couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, so another Sea of Consciousness Realm disciple has entered the top 10. Elder Huang, who do you favor more?" Elder Huang, also an Elder of Genesis Prime Peak, stood beside her and replied, "I favor Leo the most. This kid has extremely high potential and an exceptionally solid foundation. From talent and willpower to luck, he's top tier." Elder Faye glanced down at the crowd of disciples below and said, "Leo, you say? If so, then he is indeed worth looking forward to." At this moment, in the vast sky of Genesis Prime Peak, thousands of colorful flying ships gathered densely before the Divine Tower. Among them, a ship emitting a dazzling blood-red light suddenly appeared, streaking through the air, overtaking all other ships, and heading straight for the Divine Tower with an imposing aura. That terrifying speed immediately caught Elder Faye's attention. She asked, "Elder Huang, with such incredible speed, who could that be?" Elder Huang replied in a deep voice, "That is the great direct disciple of Cloud Miss Peak. I believe his name is Asher." Asher, holding the jade blood sword, with a cold and arrogant demeanor, slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. In a flash, the flying ship had landed safely. Asher lightly leapt from the ship to the ground. As he walked towards the gathering square, two female disciples chatting nearby caught his attention. "Honor, you did very well. Master is very proud of you." "Master, I finally did it." The speaker shed tears of joy. The girl in the blue dress was Crystal, the direct disciple of Tao Cloud Peak, the one whose name had just been engraved on the Genesis Prime Divine Tower's stele. The sound of congratulations echoed around them. "Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations, Elder Yang." And the person standing there was Leo, a direct disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak. He was the young man Elder Huang had just praised so highly. Leo was extremely excited to witness Crystal's achievement firsthand. He secretly resolved, "I also want to climb into the top 10 of the Divine Bridge Realm and make the Genesis Prime Star ring its bells for me." Unbeknownst to him, Asher had quietly stood next to Leo. Seeing his inexplicable excitement, he asked, "Who are you?" The sudden question startled him. He then quickly clasped his hands and bowed respectfully to Asher. "So it is the senior brother from Cloud Miss Peak. My name is Leo." Asher narrowed his eyes at him. He silently sized him up. This kid's name sounds a lot like the main characters in stories. Not only that, the luck surrounding him is truly heaven-defying. Could this guy be the protagonist of this world? Asher immediately changed his attitude, pretending to be friendly. "Brother Leo, a pleasure to meet you. But, do you know me?" "Of course. I've heard of your fame at Heavenly Punishment Peak, winning a great deal of spirit stones." "Oh, Brother Leo, you flatter me. It was just a small matter, not worth mentioning," Asher replied modestly. Leo was a bit surprised by Asher's friendliness, thinking to himself, "This senior brother Asher has a very gentle personality, very suitable for making friends." Nearby, Asher was also silently scheming. This brother Leo is straightforward and simple-minded, very suitable for making friends. The kind of friend whose luck I can slowly drain dry. Just then, a new notification appeared on the stone stele Cloud Mist Peak. Direct Disciple Asher, Cultivation Sea of Consciousness 9th level. Officially beginning the first floor assessment. Receiving the news from the stele, Asher immediately turned and clasped his hands to bid Leo farewell. "Brother Leo, I must go participate in the assessment. If fate allows, we will meet again." "Definitely, definitely. I wish you smooth success in the assessment, senior brother," Leo replied enthusiastically. After bidding Leo farewell, Asher calmly walked up the stone steps, heading straight for the gate of the Genesis Prime Divine Hour. The heavy door opened on its own to welcome him inside, then closed with a loud thud. This was the space of the first floor of the Genesis Prime Divine Hour, a pitch-black darkness that enveloped everything. Asher had only walked a short distance when countless pairs of glowing red eyes appeared ahead, staring intently at him. Gradually revealing themselves was a pack of ferocious, bloodthirsty wolves standing before him. Their sharp fangs glinted as they waited to pounce, eager to tear Asher to shreds to satisfy their hunger. Asher's expression remained unchanged. He calmly drew the jade blood sword, his voice tinged with disappointment. Oh? Is this it? Just a few measly creatures to welcome a guest. As soon as he finished speaking, the wolf pack roared and charged forward. Asher moved instantly, his figure a blur of lightning as he weaved through the pack. The light of the jade blood sword flashed, and in the blink of an eye, the three lead wolves were decapitated. Asher smirked confidently, thinking to himself, just a bunch of Sea of Consciousness realm beasts. Not worth my time. After a series of battles, Asher reached the 67th floor of the Genesis Prime Divider. Here, he encountered an extremely seductively dressed beauty. She circled around him, using her charm to try and make him lose himself in carnal desire. Come and enjoy paradise with me, little brother, she whispered sweet nothings into his ear. Asher remained cold and expressionless. Without a word, he decisively swung his sword down. The woman's head flew from her neck. Asher said coldly, "Still trying to seduce me? You're far too naive." He then proceeded to the 68th floor, where her guardian stood. A silver-haired old man with a long scarf hidden behind his back. A bald, bearded middle-aged man with a muscular build carrying a giant hammer. A small, beautiful woman holding a sharp spear. And finally, a skinny young man with a pair of short swords. Asher gripped his sword and advanced. Oh, it seems these four are all peak Sea of Consciousness experts. This is starting to get interesting. With a single move, he swept away all for peak Sea of Consciousness experts. Then, Asher climbed straight to the 98th floor of the Genesis Prime Divine Tower, where a sea of blood-red spider lilies appeared. The horizon was bathed in an eerie, blood-colored sunset. Even the moon high above was crimson. The scene was desolate and silent. From a distance, a woman holding an ice-blue longsword quietly waited for him. She was Lady Violet at the peak of the 9th level of the Sea of Consciousness. Asher was quite surprised that the illusion had recreated Lady Violet. He thought, same realm as me, peak 9th level Sea of Consciousness. But her strength is unfathomable. Could it be? Asher smiled. He opened his mouth to provoke her. You're not the real body of the Genesis Prime Emperor, are you? This remark caused the woman's mental state to waver slightly. Seeing this, Asher laughed with excitement. So it really is an ancient great emperor. Then he roared and charged forward. Great Emperor, come on out and let's fight. Asher swung the jade blood sword with soaring battle intent, striking down heavily towards the Genesis Prime Emperor. The sword, carrying astonishing power, was casually caught by the Emperor with one hand, as easily as flipping her palm. The shockwave from the violent collision spread outwards, sweeping up countless spider lily petals, which flew chaotically, covering the entire sky. Asher continued to attack, launching a direct kick towards the Genesis Prime Emperor's head. But that powerful blow was still inferiorly neutralized by her left hand. Not stopping, Asher leapt high into the air and stomped down with all his might. Yet, the Genesis Prime Emperor remained calm, catching the blow with just one hand. Immediately after, with just a slight flick of her wrist, she generated a force that sent Asher flying. An overwhelming sense of shock rose in Asher's heart. He wondered what was happening. With the strength of the ancient sacred body I possess, why can a Lady Violet at the same realm send me flying as if it's nothing? This level of power is just too absurd. Even if the opponent is a great emperor, it shouldn't be this ridiculous. At that exact moment, Lady Violet suddenly attacked. Her figure shot towards Asher with incredible speed, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky. The two collided head-on. The force of their clash exploded with such violence that it swept away and pulverized the sea of spider lilies stretching for miles around them. The pressure emanating from Lady Violet was terrifying, causing Asher's forehead to break out in a sweat. His eyes were locked onto her, not daring to relax for a moment. Lady Violet continued her assault, her expression still indifferent. Her left fist shot straight towards Asher's chest. Asher's pupils turned blood-red, and the mark of his blood-red sword intent appeared between his brows. His face was filled with a fanatical look. All right, let's trade injuries for injuries. Life for life. Today, either you die or I perish. This is my true fighting style. In a flash, Lady Violet's fist pierced through Asher's chest, fresh blood gushing from the wound like a fountain. But Asher didn't retreat a single step. He reached out with one hand and squeezed Lady Violet's neck, causing her to lose consciousness and die in his grasp. He couldn't help but curse silently. Are you using a cheat tool? I've already activated my Heavenly Slaughter Sword intent, yet your body can still withstand it? Asher threw Lady Violet's corpse into the sea of spider lilies on the 9th floor. After passing the 9th floor test, he was immediately transported to the highest floor, the 99th floor of the Genesis Prime Divine Tower. The space here was misty and illusory. Before him stood four massive stone STELs. Asher rubbed his temples, trying to recall what had happened on the 9th floor. But his memory was hazy and delusive. Who exactly did I fight just now? Why can't I remember anything? After a few seconds of thought, he shook his head and told himself, forget it. Now is not the time to worry about what's past. Approaching the four STELs, he saw they were glowing with four different symbols: a sword, a saber, a spear, and a fist. Asher scratched his head, wondering, do they want me to choose one of them? After a moment of contemplation, he placed his hand on the stele carved with the image of a sword, causing it to light up brightly, while the other three STELs immediately dissipated into nothingness. The system's voice rang out clearly. Within half a day, please proceed to comprehend the sword techniques and sword darts. The more you comprehend, the higher your evaluation will be. The more thoroughly you comprehend, the more outstanding your evaluation will be. Asher sat down, focusing his mind to comprehend the sword techniques from the stele. Looking down, he saw a boundless, dark ocean. The great waves churned violently, creating the terrifying feeling, as if it could crush one's soul in an instant. He was secretly astonished. So all of this is the embodiment of sword techniques and sword darts. Asher immediately ordered the system to use his breakthrough points to learn all the sword techniques and sword darts here. The system quickly responded. Consumption mode activated. Host has learned 5 sets of perfected sword techniques. Host continues to learn 35 sets of perfected sword techniques. Host has learned 100 sets of perfected sword techniques. Host has learned up to 1,000 sets of perfected sword techniques. This achievement made Asher extremely proud. This life of mine is so different. Possessing the system's domineering breakthrough function, plus the ancient sacred body and the Heavenly Slaughter Sword intent, I must make full use of these superior advantages. The ancient sacred body is an invincible physique, and the Heavenly Slaughter Sword intent is incomparably sharp. If these two are combined, then how can I develop an attack method with the most terrifying power? Suddenly, Asher's eyes flew open, an idea flashing in his mind. A heavy sword. Only a heavy sword can fully utilize the strength advantage of the ancient sacred body combined with the Heavenly Slaughter Sword intent. He raised his right arm, and with a thought, a colossal purple heavy sword, radiating an overwhelming aura, immediately appeared before him. Gripping the heavy sword, Asher couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at its weight, which far exceeded his imagination. Immediately after, he used all his strength to slash down at the churning black sea below. A deafening explosion instantly echoed. The black ocean within a 100-meter radius was split into by a single sword strike, water splashing everywhere, revealing a bottomless abyss. The system displayed a confirmation notification: self-created art. First stance: myriad things extinction. Successfully created. Asher threw his head back and laughed heartily. I am Asher, the extinguisher of all things. Even I think I'm a freak. Who could possibly dodge such a terrifying attack? Spending over 1,000 breakthrough points this time was more than worth it. He then ordered, system, quickly check the current level of myriad things extinction. The system immediately replied: classifications or dark grade, immortal sword move. First stance: myriad things extinction, destructive power 5 stars, attack speed 4 stars. Description: this is an absolutely domineering strike. In an instant, it erupts with all the blood key fused between the ancient sacred body and the Heavenly Slaughter Sword intent, rushing towards the enemy at extreme speed and delivering a completely destructive slash. Second stance: status not yet comprehended. Host is not recommended to comprehend it this time, as it is highly likely to be fatal. The scene shifts to the square outside Genesis Prime Peak. A large crowd was still gathered at the foot of the Genesis Prime Divine Tower. Serena stood below, her face filled with worry, her eyes always directed towards the tower. Beside her was Miles, Sylvia's nephew. with his familiar obnoxious demeanor. He said to Serena, junior sister Serena, "Do you really believe that Asher has the ability to climb to the 80th floor and retrieve the great Emperor's silvers and to help your mother detoxify? You should come with me instead. I can ask my aunt, Fairy Sylvia, to request some precious medicinal herbs to cure your mother. It's been almost 10 days, and Asher still hasn't shown his face. I'm afraid he has already perished inside that divine tower. Every time the star activates, some disciples are bound to die." Miles reached out to touch Serena's shoulder, but was immediately slapped away. Serena frowned angrily and shouted, "Don't touch me. Get away from me. I don't want to hear your nonsense." She remained steadfastly looking at the tower, thinking to herself, "Senior brother Asher will definitely be fine." Just then, the bell at the top of the Genesis Prime divider suddenly rang out. The entire square immediately buzzed with excitement. Someone has entered the top 10 list. Bright lines of text gradually appeared on the stone stele. Cloud Mist Peak, great direct disciple Asher, has climbed to the 99th floor of the Sea of Consciousness Tower, ranking first on the Sea of Consciousness stele, successfully breaking the limit and achieving great fame. The entire square fell silent. No one could believe the scene before them. Miles stood frozen like a stone statue, his face pale as if struck by lightning. Serena, however, was overjoyed. She knew she had put her trust in the right person. Her mother finally had a hope of being saved. Asher calmly walked out of the tower. His eyes narrowed, a brilliant smile on his face. "Sorry to have kept you all waiting so long." As soon as she saw him, Serena ran over happily. "Senior brother Asher, you've finally returned safely." The surrounding disciples, upon seeing Asher, completely changed their attitude. The previous contempt was gone. They all eagerly crowded around to talk to him. "Senior brother Asher, you are truly amazing. Can you sign an autograph for me as a souvenir?" Asher turned and smiled socially, sighing to himself. Well, I remember back then, whenever you saw me, the old devil Asher, you would avoid me like the plague, showing your disgust. You would only shout, 'Old devil Asher, go die!' I never thought that today you would sweetly call me senior brother, one after another." It's true that choice is more important than effort. He then turned to sign autographs for his ardent fans, pondering as he did so. "In my previous life, I played the villain too crudely and openly. My thinking was too immature back then. Choosing the path of the stealthy villain in this life was the right decision. What's the fun in being a villain if you don't know how to operate in the shadows?" Suddenly, Elder Huang and Elder Fei appeared behind him. Elder Huang praised him. "Asher, you did very well." Elder Fei added, "The Holy Lord wishes to see you. Come with us now." Not long after, Asher was led to the majestic main hall of Genesis Prime. There, besides Lady Violet, Sylvia was also sitting by her side. Asher obediently clasped his hands and bowed. Disciple of Cloud Mist Peak, Asher pays his respects to Master and to the Holy Lord. The moment Sylvia saw him, she felt flustered and quickly turned her face away. Lady Violet, sitting on high, smiled and said, "You are Asher, correct? To be able to meet the disciple who broke the ancient limit with my own eyes today. This seed is very pleased. Your performance was indeed not bad at all." Asher took the opportunity to ask for something. Ahem, Your Highness, the Holy Lord. You see, for better or worse, I have broken a record for our holy land. Might there be a worthy reward?" In his heart, the old devil Asher grinned slyly. "If I don't seize this chance to hoard, when will I?" Hearing this, Sylvia immediately flew into a rage, stood up abruptly, pointed straight at Asher's face, and yelled, "Rebellious disciple, you are not allowed to be so disrespectful." Lady Violet, seeing the tense atmosphere, mediated, "Fair Sylvia, it's nothing. I myself am curious to know what kind of reward your disciple desires." Hearing this, Asher, with a thick, kind and undisguised like greedy expression, replied, "Your disciple wants the soul infant demon fruit, myriad elixir spirit milk, or the Bodhi divine flower. Any of them will do." Sylvia gritted her teeth in anger, cursing silently. This rebellious disciple has too big of an appetite. Lady Violet raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and then said, There are indeed some rare treasures in the Holy Land's treasury. But unfortunately, not the three you need. However, this seat can send people to search for one for you, though I cannot guarantee when it will be found. Asher replied calmly, Your disciple is willing to wait. In his heart, Asher let out a wicked smile, silently calculating. This Lady Violet is quite easy to negotiate with. What would happen if I used the Samsara weeping mother-child seal to control her? At that very moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification dam. The host's mind is truly sinister. Without a moment's hesitation, Asher immediately cast the Samsara weeping mother-child seal. Behind him, a surge of energy containing strange, ancient characters spread out. That source of power shot straight towards Lady Violet, silently wrapping around her body without her knowledge. The system immediately displayed a detailed information panel Samsara weeping mother-child seal. The child seal has successfully infiltrated Lady Violet. Target is still unaware. Number of uses remaining 0. Host child seals Lady Violet. Sylvia. Host can freely retract the child seals. After retraction, the number of uses will increase. Can be used on a maximum of 2 people simultaneously. After reading, Asher was extremely surprised. So, the mother-child seal can be used on 2 people at the same time? His heart surged with overwhelming joy as he imagined the scene of duel cultivating with both Sylvia and Lady Violet at the same time. Just then, the system displayed another notification. The host is truly worthy of being the villain of destiny. To dare to fantasize about duel cultivating with the Genesis Prime Holy Lord and Fairy Sylvia. Guts as big as the sky. Schemes as deep as the sea. Activating supercritical hit reward. Dance Scripture Middle Volume. Details the Dance Scripture Middle Volume belongs to a secret art. Grade Immortal. Introduction. The ancient dance scripture is divided into 3 volumes. The middle volume is the Poison Scripture, recording over 10,000 methods for concocting poisons. If cultivated to the extreme, one can even create a potent poison capable of killing a quasi-emperor. When all 3 volumes are united, they form the complete dance scripture. This is the Supreme Pildao Emperor Scripture, created by the Pill Emperor of the human race in ancient times. Asher's lips curled into a triumphant smile. This reward is truly generous. If a villain doesn't know how to use poison, how can they be worthy of the name? Haha. Lady Violet, sitting on high, suddenly spoke. The 8 trigrams treasure ginseng has a great effect on strengthening one's blood ki. I hope you can make good use of it. Asher, standing below, obediently clasped his hands and bowed in response. Yes, Your Highness. After that, the master and disciple bid farewell to the Holy Lord and left the main hall one after another. Lady Violet remained seated on her throne, her eyes following their departing figures until they disappeared. She frowned slightly, a sense of confusion mixed with a vague unease rising in her heart. She thought to herself, I don't know where that feeling of unease is coming from. Could someone be plotting against me? Perhaps I've been in seclusion for too long and am hallucinating. Maybe I should go for a walk to clear my head. Night slowly fell, blanketing everything. In the sky, a massive flying ship carrying an entire structure glided gently through the air. In the living room, Asher and Sylvia sat opposite each other at a tea table. To female and her disciples of Cloud Miss Peak Worse Irving tea. From time to time, the two would sneak glances at Asher, their faces blushing shyly. Asher suddenly spoke. Junior sisters, please step outside for a moment. I have a private matter to discuss with my master. As soon as she heard this, Sylvia panicked and stopped them. No, you can't. The 2 female disciples looked confused, not understanding why the Peak Master was reacting this way. Realizing her gaffe, Sylvia quickly coughed a few times to regain her composure and said, It's all right. You 2 may leave for now. The 2 obeyed and left. The moment the door closed, the old devil Asher immediately recited an incantation. Instantly, a soundproof barrier enveloped the room. Once prepared, he propped his chin on his hand and looked at Fairy Sylvia with a wicked smile. Master, now that it's just the 2 of us here, you shouldn't let this beautiful scenery and pleasant mood go to waste. Sylvia took off her bronze visage, revealing a face mixed with resentment and anger. She scolded. Rebellious disciple. Are you trying to bully the seat again? Do you really see me as your tool? Asher smiled and replied. Am I really that desperate in your eyes? Sylvia asked with a glare. Aren't you? Asher stood up and slowly walked over to her, taking the bronze visage. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Master, do you want to restore your cultivation? Hearing this, Sylvia trembled slightly. Her left hand clenched tightly. She said decisively, "Of course, I do." He calmly sat down next to her. Asher looked at the bronze visage in her hand and smiled. "This thing is very good. It can perfectly conceal one's cultivation. Even Lady Violet, a Saint King expert, couldn't detect that you had lost your cultivation." Sylvia turned her face away, moving a little further in annoyance. "Your own hiding techniques aren't bad either. You rebellious disciple." She blushed and continued. "After I did that shameful thing with you, your body must still carry the aura of the heavenly fragrance physique. Yet you hid it so well that even the Holy Lord didn't notice." Sylvia closed her eyes and thought to herself, "Luckily, this rebellious disciple knows how to cover his tracks. Otherwise, the matter between us would have likely been exposed." She glanced at Asher. Her red lips pursed, and asked shyly, "You just said you would help me restore my cultivation. What's the condition?" "I know you wouldn't be so kind without a reason." Asher smiled slyly and replied, "Master, you truly understand your disciples so well." After speaking, he took out a wooden box. Inside was a black, sparkling, mysterious object. He respectfully offered it to her with both hands. "Master, please put this on." Holding the strange pair of stockings, Sylvia asked with doubt, "What exactly is this?" Asher smiled with anticipation. "Just put it on. As soon as you put it on, there will be a reward." Sylvia had no choice but to comply. Putting on the stockings he gave her, she looked at the garment on her body and blushed. Suddenly, the demon Lord Asher reached out and touched her thigh, making Sylvia jump and scream. "Rebellious disciple, what trick are you trying to pull now?" The demon lord caressed her thigh with one hand while the other wrapped around her waist, a lewd smile on his face. He leaned in and whispered, "Still calling me a rebellious disciple at a time like this? Call me Big Brother." Sylvia turned her face away and replied firmly, "Theft, you rebellious disciple. Keep dreaming. I would rather die than call you that." Hearing this, Asher said, "It seems you're still very stubborn." Just 10 minutes later, Asher was doing unspeakable things. Sylvia's body writhed. Her cheeks flushed, and her lips constantly uttered, "I won't call you that. I definitely won't. Rebellious disciple. Don't even dream of it. This seat is a grand saint expert. How can I let you force me? I would rather die than call you that." Hearing her firm refusal, Asher became even more forceful. "My good master, if you refuse to call me that, I might just open 1,000-mile sound transmission so that all the disciples on this ship, and even the entire Genesis Prime Holy Land, will know everything." Sylvia gasped for breath and scolded, "Ugh. You rebellious disciple, don't be so outrageous." Finally, she looked at him weakly, her red lips tightly pursed, and called out shyly, "Oh, Big Brother." After saying it, she shouted in anger, "You rebellious disciple. Sooner or later, I will personally kill you myself." And so, Asher and Sylvia spent a long night filled with sobs mixed with shy calls of Big Brother. The next morning, Asher walked and thought, "I've given the great Emperor Silvers in a Serena, so the matter of the Genesis Prime Divine Hour is considered settled." He looked at the 2 scrolls in his hand and thought, "The information Serena provided is quite detailed. The soul infant demon fruit is indeed in the desolate demon mystic realm. The trip to the desolate demon mystic realm is a must. I have to cultivate diligently." Suddenly, he heard the junior brothers discussing, "Have you heard? The latest list of the Heavenly Secrets Gazette has been updated. Of course, the old devil Asher has been dead for a while. Someone has to take his place, right? The Heavenly Secrets Gazette recorded all major and minor events on the Skyframe continent, from power rankings to gossip. Each copy costs 1 mid-grade spirit stone." Hearing this, Asher smirked and thought, "You people wouldn't even dream that not only is the old devil Asher not dead, but he's living very well, and is even on the same side as you." At that moment, the 2 junior brothers were surprised. "Huh? The 4th position on the minor saint list has also changed. It used to be the holy maiden of the yin-yang divine sect, Chang Xiongling. Now it's Liu Hongyi." The other exclaimed, "Huh? Chang Xiongling is the goddess of my heart. Who is Liu Hongyi?" Is she beautiful? Hearing the name Liu Hongyi, Asher's expression flickered. He thought, Liu Hongyi. Could it be her? He walked over and said with a smile, Good morning, you two junior brothers. Could you perhaps spare me that copy of the Heavenly Secrets Gazette? The two immediately handed him the paper. What's there to buy? If senior brother needs it, just take it. We're all fellow disciples. Please don't be so formal. Senior brother, Asher replied. Then thank you very much. You two junior brothers. Holding the paper, he calmly walked away. After he was out of sight, the two began to gossip. Have you heard? Senior brother Asher has been honored on the potential dragon list of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. His status is different now. We really can't afford to offend him. Yeah, of course I've heard. I don't know when he became so powerful. Meanwhile, Asher was intently reading the Heavenly Secrets Gazette. The old devil Asher, who once stopped the minor saint list, is now dead. His position has been taken by the Holy Son of the Radiant Light Holy Land, Feng Yaoguang. The fourth position, originally held by Zhang Jianling, has been replaced by the Holy Maiden of the Mortal Dust Sword Sect, Scarlet. There is also news from the Heavenly Abyss Great Wall that in the past 6 months, demons have been invading human territory on a large scale. There is a warrant for the arrest of Holy Maiden Scarlet for attacking the Mortal Dust Sword Sect and betraying the sect. The reward is 1 million Divine Spirit Stones. According to the sect master of the Mortal Dust Sword Sect, Scarlet killed an elder to avenge the old devil Asher. They also called on fellow Taoists to join forces to hunt down the old devil Asher and to be wary of this woman, advising not to underestimate her. In Asher's mind, the image of a young woman in a vibrant red dress appeared. Her elegant face and long, high ponytail hair exuded an extraordinary aura. That was Scarlet. Asher couldn't help but smile, affectionately scolding, Scarlet, you silly girl. Memories suddenly flooded back. He recalled the time he first met her. They were lying on a green meadow, looking up at the bright moon in the quiet night sky. She spoke. My name is Scarlet. As you can see, my family is all dead. He replied. And I am Asher. My family is on the other side of a distant starry sky. I'm afraid even if I wanted to see them, I couldn't. She turned to look at Asher and suggested, You help me bury my family. From now on, let's be family to each other. Okay? Hearing this, he nodded in agreement immediately. All right. Then it's settled. From now on, we are officially family. With that, the two happily high-fived to seal the pact. Returning to the present, Asher immediately used a 1,000-mile sound transmission, sending his voice far and wide. Junior sister Rosie, I have a favor to ask. Can you help me find out the whereabouts of someone? He stood alone under a willow tree outside his cave dwelling, looking up at the night sky, where the twinkling stars mixed with the light of fireflies, creating a quiet and desolate scene. An unknown amount of time passed before an elegant voice suddenly rang out. Senior brother. Asher turned his head and smiled faintly. Junior sister. You're here. Senior brother. Are you watching the mood alone again? Is something on your mind? It's nothing. I'm just feeling a little homesick. Come to think of it, you've been at Cloud Mist Peak for over 30 years now. Senior brother. Back then, Kishan County in the Mortal Kingdom was attacked and ravaged by the demon race. Was it Master who personally brought you back here to slay demons? Time flies so fast. Senior brother, you were really lucky. You were only a 3-year-old child back then. Yet you managed to survive the clutches of the demon race. Rosie gently took Asher's hand and smiled brightly. There's a saying that goes, those who survive a great disaster will be blessed with good fortune later. Senior brother, your blessings are waiting for you ahead. Kishan County is your old home, but the Holy Land is also your home now. Master and I both consider you family. In the future, whenever you feel homesick, you can come find me anytime. Asher nodded and smiled back. He placed both hands gently on Rosie's shoulders. Everyone is family. My strong wings. This unexpectedly intimate gesture startled Rosie, and her face immediately flushed with shyness. Asher chuckled to himself, thinking, 30 years ago, I didn't survive by luck. It was all because I, the old devil Asher, had planned everything meticulously. Meeting Sylvia was also entirely arranged by the sea to smoothly infiltrate the Genesis Prime Holy Land. Rosie lowered her head, her hand gently touching her chin, thinking to herself, lately, I've always felt that senior brother is different from before. In the past, he used to avoid me, but now he's much closer. With that thought, she stood on her tiptoes slightly and unexpectedly planted a light kiss on Asher's cheek, stunning him. Huh. Immediately after, Rosie quickly stuffed a letter into his chest and whispered, Senior brother, this is the information you were looking for. Senior brother, you should get some rest soon. I have to go back and continue my training. After speaking, she blushed, turned, and ran away. Asher stood frozen in place, his cheeks burning. His eyes followed Rosie's departing figure. He chuckled to himself. To suddenly get kissed like that, I need to calm down. Calm down. The old devil Asher opened the letter and read it carefully. It clearly stated that 3 days ago, Scarlet had appeared in Changhan City in the eastern continent. Asher sighed softly. Changhan City? This is going to be a bit difficult. The scene shifts to the eastern continent, the capital of the Great Tang Empire. The once prosperous Changhan City was now just a pile of ruins, filled with smoke and fire. A truly tragic scene. In the grand hall of the majestic imperial capital, a bald old man with white hair and a beard was trying to drag his wounded body across the floor. He roared in anger. Are you trying to be like that old devil Asher? Do you want to be an enemy of the entire human race? An enemy of all the powers in the world? In the sky, Scarlet, the holy maiden of the mortal dust sword sect, her vibrant red dress fluttering in the wind. Her right hand gripped a green longsword. A white cloth covered her eyes but couldn't hide her exquisite beauty. Below, the bald old man was still screaming in despair. Our G family will absolutely not let you go. We will definitely chop you into 100 pieces. Faced with these threats filled with killing intent, Scarlet didn't say a word, just gently swung her green sword. Sword intent entered the Tao. A single slash shook the heavens and earth. The sharp sword key shot straight at the bald old man, killing him on the spot, without even a chance to scream. High above, Scarlet's face remained cold and emotional as the sword in her, and still radiated with overwhelming killing intent. She slowly descended to the ground. Suddenly, a mysterious black figure appeared behind her. The figure asked, Where do you want to go next? Scarlet replied coldly and concisely, To kill people. The figure smiled meaningfully. Do you really want to make yourself an enemy of the entire world just for him? Her long hair fluttering, Scarlet spoke with a voice devoid of worldly emotion. If he is the enemy of the whole world, then I am willing to be the enemy of the whole world. If he is a Buddha, I will help him enlighten all beings. And if he is a demon, I will help him slaughter the entire world. Elsewhere, under the willow tree outside his cave dwelling, Asher sat in meditation, comprehending the Dan scripture middle volume and the secret art of Xingzi by minus movement word secret. He calculated in his mind, I still haven't had time to cultivate the techniques I got from clearing the Genesis Prime Divine Tower. This place is quiet. A good opportunity to try. Behind him, the cultivation technique glowed brightly, and countless ancient characters flew out, entering his mind. The system immediately displayed a notification panel, 9-character true words minus movement word secret. The 9-character true words, also known as the 9 secrets, are the strongest secret arts that exist between heaven and earth. If one masters all 9 secrets, they can be invincible in the world. The movement word secret is the fastest movement technique in the world. When cultivated to the extreme, it can break through most great ceiling formations, with nothing able to bind it. However, its drawback is that it is extremely difficult to comprehend, requiring extraordinary talent and enlightenment. 3 days later, Asher sighed wearily. He stood up with a hint of frustration, stretching and complaining. This movement word secret is really hard to comprehend. It's been 3 days, and I've only grasped a little of the surface. Just then, a strange figure appeared behind him. Sensing someone approaching, the young man asked in a cold voice, Who are you? Before Asher was a beautiful woman in a green dress, fanning herself. Her appearance couldn't compare to Sylvia's, but she had her own unique charm. She looked at him and smiled. I am Florence, an elder of Tao Cloud Peak. You are Asher, correct? Asher suddenly noticed a mark on Florence's chest. It was the mark of the Samsara weeping mother-child seal. This surprised him, and he thought to himself, "Oh, how strange. Why does this woman have the mark of the samsara weeping mother-child seal in her body? Could it be that she is Lady Violet, who has changed her body to meet me? This is very interesting." He immediately clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Asher pays his respects to Elder Florence. "May I ask what brings you here, Elder?" Florence smiled gently and replied, "I came to Cloud Miss Peak to handle a small matter. After finishing, I was planning to take a walk and happened to see you cultivating here. So I impulsively stopped by to disturb you." After speaking, she walked over to a stone not far from Asher, sat down casually, and asked gently, "You're cultivating so hard. Are you preparing to enter the desolate demon mystic realm?" Asher didn't hide it, as he understood that in front of a powerful expert like Florence, any concealment was futile. He admitted frankly, "That's right. The desolate demon mystic realm holds countless opportunities, but it's also a place fraught with danger. To secure a victory, I must cultivate even harder." As he spoke, Asher's gaze unconsciously swept over Florence's body. More accurately, he was sizing up Lady Violet hiding within that body. His gaze accidentally landed on her full, white chest, and he almost had a nosebleed. "TSK, TSK. This is even half a size, bigger than my precious master's." After some conversation, Asher hesitated for a moment and then began. "Elder Florence, I've always been puzzled by something. I wonder if you could enlighten me a little." Lady Violet was slightly surprised but remained calm. "All right, go ahead and ask." Asher took a deep breath and asked, "Elder Florence, before the era of the Emperor's fall, every 100 years, a great emperor of the human, demon, or fiend race would appear. The human race and the demon fiend races have always been at war. So why is it that when a human great emperor appeared, they didn't exterminate the demon fiend races? And conversely, when a demon fiend great emperor ruled, why didn't they wipe out the human race?" He thought to himself, "This is a question I haven't been able to answer since I came to the Sky Friend continent. Now that I've met Lady Violet, perhaps she knows the secret behind it." Lady Violet gently fanned herself, pondered for a moment, and then said, "There seems to be a tacit agreement between the great emperors and the demon emperors. Even if one side has a great emperor, they can only suppress the other and are absolutely forbidden from using the power of a great emperor to slaughter the entire race. As for the deeper reason, no one knows to this day. It is said that upon proving the Tao and becoming a great emperor, one will touch upon secrets related to the sky-frame continent and the endless starry sky." Hearing this, Asher exclaimed in shock, "Could there be something in this world even more powerful than a great emperor?" Lady Violet instinctively looked up, her gaze distant, towards the starry sky. "No one knows if there is another path beyond the great emperor realm. From the ancient era to the present era of the emperor's fall, this starry region has produced 17 great emperors. But, in the end, they all passed away, leaving no trace in the world. Those who can reach the pinnacle of the great emperor realm are all extraordinarily talented figures, rare in all of history. So why couldn't they take another step forward? Was the path ahead severed? Or was there no path to begin with? This is truly worth pondering." After speaking, she gently brushed her clothes and stood up to continue. "For us to sit here and discuss the cultivation of great emperors is truly looking too far ahead." Seeing her stand up, Asher quickly asked, "Big Sister Florence, are you leaving already?" Hearing him call her Big Sister, Lady Violet was momentarily stunned but not offended. She just looked at him gently and smiled. I have to go back now. You stay here and continue to cultivate diligently." Asher scratched his head, feigning reluctance, and called after her, "Big Sister Florence, will we have a chance to meet again?" Lady Violet turned her head and smiled in reply, "When you leave the desolate demon mystic realm, we will definitely meet again." Hearing this, Asher's face lit up with joy. He squinted his eyes and waved. "Deal. Then after I return, I'll wait for you here." Lady Violet also smiled sweetly and replied, "All right." Just then, the system suddenly rang out. The host is truly an incorrigible and wicked playboy. So bad. So bad. After that, Asher left, heading towards Sylvia's cave dwelling. As he walked, he mumbled, "Cultivating this movement word secret is really exhausting. I might as well go find Master and ask for some more resources. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the cave dwelling, a voice from inside made him stop. A panicked male voice rang out. Aunt, you must help me. If not, it will really be too late. You are Asher's master. As long as you are willing to say a word, he will definitely obediently offer up the great emperor's silvers, and without daring to refuse. Hearing this, Asher's lips curled slightly. Oh, in the main hall, Sylvia, dressed in a white gown, sat majestically on her throne. Her beautiful eyes looked at Miles, and she sighed softly. Miles, it's not that I don't want to help you, but even though I am Asher's master, I can't just go and take his things without a reason. Asher peeked through the door, his expression cold. So this is Master's precious nephew? I thought he was some big shot. Turns out he's just a useless bum. Since he's so desperate for the great Emperor's silver sand, I might as well take this opportunity to trick him. An idea flashed in his mind. He immediately pushed the door open and walked in, smiling at Miles. Miles, are you looking for the great Emperor's silver sand? Miles turned around in surprise. Senior brother, you're here? Is the great Emperor's silver sand still with you? Asher nodded nonchalantly. Yeah, it's still here. I've been busy with secluded cultivation these past few days, so I haven't had a chance to give it to junior sister Serena. I was planning to find a suitable time today to give it to her. Miles was overjoyed. Senior brother, can you give the great Emperor's silver sand to me? I can deliver it to her on your behalf. Without replying, Asher waved his hand and took out a piece of pure black great Emperor's silvers, and that glowed with a dark light. He said lightly, I had to work very hard to get this from the endless sea of fire. Miles stared at it, his eyes shining with greed. If I can buy this piece, I will be the only one on the Skyframe continent to possess this treasure. When that time comes, Serena will surely have to beg me to save her mother. Thus, he grabbed Asher's hand eagerly. Senior brother, just name your price. Asher smiled meaningfully. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Miles immediately replied. Deal. Senior brother, you are truly a rare and good person. In his heart, he was triumphant, thinking he would be quoted a high price, but it turned out to be so cheap. Asher took the heavy bag of spirit stones and patted his shoulder with a smile. Since you are my master's nephew, you can naturally be considered. A relative of mine. Miles smiled in agreement. That's right, we are relatives. But immediately after, Asher took out another piece of great Emperor's silver sand. He smiled and said, Miles, I still have some more great Emperor's silver sand left. Do you want the rest? I'll just sell it all to you at the same old price. Miles's eyes widened. Senior brother, how many more do you have? Asher shrugged. Not that many, just a little bit left. Then he poured out a pile of great Emperor's silver sand, forming a small mountain in front of Miles. He was dumbfounded. You call this pile a little bit? Asher said coldly. Are you buying or not? Give me a straight answer. If you're not buying, I'm putting it away. Suppressed but helpless, Miles turned to his aunt for help. Aunt, this Asher is clearly swindling me. Aren't you going to do something about him? Sylvia remained calm on the surface. All right, Miles, you've gotten the great Emperor's silver sand. You should head back now. Miles had no choice but to swallow his anger and leave. When he was gone, Sylvia turned and frowned. You rebellious disciple. Why did you trick him like that? Asher calmly walked over. Trick him? This was clearly a voluntary transaction. A willing buyer and a willing seller. I didn't force anyone. He sat down beside her. He silently wrapped his arm around her back and smiled slyly. Also, what did you call me just now? Sylvia was startled. Rebellious disciple. Asher took out a wooden stick with a feather and a bell attached, waving it in front of her. What rebellious disciple? Call me Big Brother. He gently brushed the feather from her cap up to her waist, making her shiver, but she still remained stubborn. Keep dreaming. Asher continued to tease, brushing it higher, making her even more flustered, while he pretended to be calm. TSK. TSK? Master's figure seems to have gotten more curvaceous slightly. Let me personally inspect it for a bit. Sylvia angrily grabbed an apple. I'm not fat. Your whole family is fat. Get the hell away from me. She threw the apple hard, but Asher easily caught it and took a bite. Then he asked, Master, Is the thing I asked you to make finished yet? Hearing this, she shot up. It's in my bedroom. Get out of the way so I can go get it. The two entered the room together. Asher quickly set up a soundproof formation, making the atmosphere even more ambiguous. She took out a wooden box containing 3 small, egg-like orange jade stones. Asher's eyes lit up. He picked one up and pressed it lightly. The jade stone vibrated and glowed. He smiled. As expected of my master, your craftsmanship is truly masterful. Sylvia replied proudly. The golden light stone from 10,000 Longevity Mountain not only glows but can also emit heat. Suddenly, Asher pushed her onto the bed and teased. Master, having this treasure to massage the occupants on the soles of your feet will surely be of great help in restoring your cultivation. Sylvia cried out in alarm. Rebellious disciple. What trick are you trying to pull now? Gazing at his master's exquisite face, blushing with shyness, Asher flashed a bright smile, his eyes full of playful teasing. Master, you are truly my treasure of 1,000 years. Your rebellious disciple. So you had me make this thing just to find an excuse to bully me, didn't you? As soon as the words left his mouth, he didn't hesitate and immediately pushed Sylvia onto the bed. The smile on his lips grew even more wicked. Master, what kind of bullying do you want from me? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Sylvia blushed and turned away, stammering. This seat misspoke. And so, the rebellious disciple Asher could no longer hold back. He immediately pinned his beautiful master down on the bed. As for what happened next, everyone can figure it out for themselves. After a fierce battle that lasted 300 rounds with his master, a system notification panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. The character sheet clearly stated Host Asher Realm Sea of Consciousness. Level 9 Physique Ancient Sacred Body Aptitude 1. 414 points Heaven Gray. Cultivation speed 33 times faster than normal. Sword Intent Comprehended Heavenly Slaughter. Sword Intent Cultivation Techniques Tao Scripture and Foundation Establishment Tao. Movement Word Secret Not Yet Mastered. Dance Scripture Middle Volume Poison. Elementary Level. Sword Dart Myriad Things Extinction Heaven Grade System Points 1. 124 Deployment Points. Breakthrough Points 215 Luck 80 to White. Can absorb the luck of great luck holders after defeating them. Comprehensive assessment shows his combat strength is 35 times that of those at the same level. Meanwhile, Sylvia was still limp on the bed, her body drenched in sweat. Asher adjusted his clothes and smiled to himself. As expected, the effect of Master's heavenly fragrance physique has skyrocketed due to those intense emotions. As for why she was so intense, I'll let you brothers guess if it has anything to do with that egg-shaped toy from earlier. She was still moaning softly, surprised to find that the small tool was still having a considerable effect. A long time after Asher's figure had completely disappeared, Sylvia lay still, letting out a sigh of relief. Seeing that the rebellious disciple had left, she forced herself to sit up and muttered, "That damned rebellious disciple. He's finally gone." She schemed in her heart. He was so smug and proud that he personally removed my restraints. But he was careless enough to forget to reapply the seal when he left. Immediately after, she sat cross-legged and circulated her ki. As expected, the seal was gone. The feeling of being able to cultivate freely was incredibly exhilarating. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is surging around me. This is wonderful. While immersed in joy, she suddenly blushed, thinking in surprise. Why did my cultivation progress while it was sealed? Could this have some ambiguous connection to that rebellious disciple? A wicked smile appeared on her face as she condensed her power into a glowing orb in her hand. That rebellious disciple. Just you wait. This seat will definitely. But her joy was short-lived. She suddenly trembled, the energy in her hand dissipating. She cried out in shock. Why was I suddenly sealed again? At that moment, the demon Lord Asher's voice transmitted into her ear. Master, don't misunderstand. Your disciple just wanted to remind you that no matter how far apart we are, I can seal you whenever I want. Hearing the threat, Sylvia trembled with anger. She took out a straw doll from somewhere and gritted her teeth, cursing. Die! Die! You damned rebellious disciple! She took a silver needle and repeatedly stabbed the straw doll to vent her anger. But as she was doing so, she felt something unusual in her body. Why am I feeling strange movements in my abdomen? She was horrified as she felt the stirring of a nascent life within her. 3 days later, the area in front of the teleportation gate to the desolate demon mystic realm became extremely lively. A large number of disciples gathered at the foot of Genesis Prime Peak, waiting for the mystic realm to open. Asher stood in the crowd, looking up as Lady Violet announced, just like the regulations of previous years, the mystic realm will be open for 30 days. When the time is up, you must all gather at the initial teleportation point. If you fail to do so, you will be trapped in the mystic realm for several decades, having to wait for the next opening to have a chance to escape. After safely exiting the mystic realm, each person must offer a certain amount of resources to the sect. The Genesis Prime Summit will rank your achievements based on what you offer. The top 10 outstanding disciples on the contribution list will receive very generous rewards. Hearing the long-winded speech, he yawned out of boredom. He thought to himself, "Hurry up and shut up. I don't care about your petty rewards. My only goal is to get the soul infant demon fruit inside the mystic realm." As the formation was about to activate, a voice from behind called out, "Senior Brother Asher." Turning his head, he recognized a familiar face and smiled in response. "Brother Leo." "So it's you," Leo replied gracefully. "Senior Brother Asher, are you also planning to enter the desolate demon mystic realm?" Asher answered, "Aren't I just like you, Brother Leo?" In his heart, he calculated, "If I can enter the mystic realm with a protagonist like Leo who has great luck, this trip will definitely be extraordinary." Seeing Leo in deep thought, he asked, "Brother Leo, what are you thinking about? Did something happen?" Leo scratched his head. "No, nothing. Senior brother, please, let's go together," Asher replied cheerfully. "All right." Before leaving, Leo's master sent him a sound transmission. "Leo, listen carefully. After entering the mystic realm, find every opportunity to kill that Asher for me. It's best if you let him die a miserable death in the mouth of some desolate beast. That way, even if the Holy Lord has the ability to turn back time, she won't be able to find out anything." Leo shivered. In a forest of ancient trees, Willow sat on a branch. Her eyes were golden, filled with killing intent. She thought, "Sylvia, I have secretly arranged for some capable disciples. After they enter the desolate demon mystic realm, they will find an opportunity to eliminate your precious disciple, Asher. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Who told him to be so unlucky as to become the disciple of a bitch like you?" As she was scheming, she saw a flying ship pass by. Kalen asked, "Senior Brother Jace, you two are fellow disciples. Is it really okay to do this? Aren't you afraid that after Asher dies, the Cloud Mist Peak Master will fly into a rage? After all, he is now the monstrous genius of your peak and also a candidate for Holy Sun." Jace replied inferently, "A genius who is dead is no longer a genius. A dead senior brother is the best kind of senior brother. Besides, that Asher has been causing trouble everywhere lately. Eliminating him is the best solution for everyone." After hearing this, Willow thought, "It seems I'm not the only one who wants to eliminate that Asher." As expected, that bitch Sylvia is no good person. Even the disciple she taught is no kind soul. On this side, Rosie and Serena approached and called out, Senior Brother Asher." Asher turned around. "Huh? Junior sister Serena. Why are you here too?" Serena replied, "Of course, I came to see you off, Senior Brother Asher." He asked, "I wonder if you two have something important to discuss with me?" The system teased, "The host's love life is blooming. Are you planning to become a king with a harem of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards?" Rosie stepped forward and presented a sword. "This is the heavy sword you asked me to find, Senior Brother. I happened to find it a few days ago, so I came here today to personally give it to you. I hope this weapon will be of great help to you on your upcoming trip." The system introduced Tyrant Sword minus Azure Dragon. Earth Grade. Can greatly increase damage when channeling origin power. Forged from the bones of an ancient Azure Dragon. Extremely heavy and hard. Users with weak physical bodies will suffer a backlash. Asher tried a few swings. "The wind whistling," he said with satisfaction. "Thank you very much, Junior sister." Rosie replied gently, "I'm glad you're satisfied, Senior Brother. Senior Brother, this time you're going into the desolate demon mystic realm. You must be extremely careful. This mystic realm only opens once every few decades. The number of demons on desolate beasts inside is vast and fierce. Don't be too reckless and bring disaster upon yourself. Asher patted her head. Thank you for your concern, junior sister. I will definitely be careful. Rosie blushed and replied. Then I can rest assured. He turned and asked, I wonder what junior sister Sarita wanted to see me about? Sarita handed him a storage bag. I helped you find some necessary materials for setting up formations. In a mystic realm filled with countless dangers, I'm afraid you might need to use them at some point. Asher smiled and accepted it. Junior sister Serena is very thoughtful. Serena also smiled and continued. Thanks to senior brother Asher's great emperor's silver sand. My mother has now woken up. When you return safely, could you visit my mother for a cup of tea? My mother really wants to thank you in person. Asher replied cheerfully. You're too kind, junior sister. After I return, I will definitely bring a gift to visit your mother. Rosie, standing nearby, heard these promises and her eyes widened. Her cheeks puffed out, her jealousy clearly visible. At this moment, the teleportation formation fully activated. A dazzling purple pillar of light shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire space. Lady Violet immediately raised her voice and urged, the teleportation formation is open. Disciples qualified to enter the mystic realm, quickly step inside. Hearing the command, Asher clasped his hands and bid farewell to the two of them. Junior sisters, I must go first. Watching Asher's figure gradually disappear into the mystic realm, Rosie stomped her feet in frustration. She pouted and said, Senior brother is so annoying. Why was he in such a hurry? I haven't even finished what I wanted to say. Serena smiled gently and replied, There must be something in the mystic realm that senior brother Asher urgently needs. So of course, he's eager to go in first. Rosie's face fell slightly. She gritted her teeth and turned to shout at the person next to her. Serena, you'd better stay away from my senior brother. Don't act like you know him so well. Serena raised her delicate eyebrows. Junior sister Rosie, what do you mean? Senior brother Asher and I are just ordinary friends. There's nothing ambiguous going on like you think. Why should I stay away from him? Serena stepped closer to Rosie, a faint, meaningful smile on her face, her tone gentle. Junior sister, there's no need to be so hot-tempered and easily angered. Getting angry easily causes ugly wrinkles. Rosie frowned in annoyance. When was I hot-tempered and easily angered? Serena said calmly. Yes, you are clearly acting like a jealous woman. No wonder senior brother Asher had to run away so quickly to avoid you. Rosie's eyes widened with fury. The aura around her began to swirl violently. She growled menacingly, Serena, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Inside the desolate demon mystic realm, in an area with giant, ancient trees soaring to the sky, their branches and leaves were so densely intertwined they formed a natural, solid wall. The tree trunks were so massive that several people couldn't wrap their arms around them. The dense canopy blocked the sunlight, making the whole forest even more gloomy and mysteriously intimidating. Groups of disciples from various peaks formed long lines, cautiously advancing deeper into the ancient forest. A disciple couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow! I never expected the desolate demon mystic realm to be so vast. The young man in blue beside him explained. I heard from my master that the diameter of the desolate demon mystic realm is about 10 million miles, which is about 1/20th the size of the entire southern region. Another disciple heard this and marveled. With such a large area, the opportunities must be countless. Does anyone want to team up? Let's explore and search for treasures together. On this side, Asher stroked his chin thoughtfully. Maybe I should find that Leo first. If I travel with him, would I be able to borrow some of the protagonist's lucky halo? Perhaps I'll be able to harvest more valuable things that way. While lost in thought, a disciple from afar suddenly pointed straight at him. He shouted loudly, I see that Asher over there. Everyone, let's go get him. Asher quickly hid behind a massive ancient tree, gritting his teeth in frustration. He thought, what the hell is this situation? Who did I offend? When did I ever cross anyone? The system didn't miss this. Displaying a line of text with a mocking laugh. TSK, can you act a little more aggressively? Over 100 disciples at the Divine Bridge realm, holding sharp weapons with soaring auras, rushed towards Asher. Having no other choice, He turned and fled for his life. As he ran, he mumbled, "I can't fight this." Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. As soon as he finished speaking, Asher waved his hand. A mysterious black flying ship instantly appeared before him. He leapt onto it, and both he and the ship transformed into a dazzling streak of red and black light, shooting up into the sky. The disciples behind him only had time to see the flying ship disappear in a flash, leaving a trail of red gas lingering in the air. A disciple pointed upwards in regret. "He got away." The bald man in the group smiled coldly and confidently reassured them. "Don't worry. Before we set out, Senior Brother Kale and gave me a special compass for tracking auras. I've already locked onto his aura. Even if he flees to the ends of the earth, he won't be able to escape. In the deepest part of the desolate demon mystic realm, on a mountain peak thousands of feet high, barren without a single blade of grass, all four sides were steep cliffs, as sharp as knives. On a dry bush, a strange purple object resembling a fetus appeared. It continuously emitted a black mist that spread everywhere, carrying a bone-chilling yin energy. That was the soul infant demon fruit. Guarding the treasure was a giant desolate beast at the quasi-demon emperor level, its entire body covered in black scales with incredible defense. Asher had been fighting it for several hours, leaving both of them heavily injured. Though exhausted, the giant beast opened its blood-red mouth full of sharp fangs and charged. Faced with danger, Asher activated the movement word secret, his movement as fast as lightning. He dodged the bite in an instant. He instantly appeared on top of the monster's head, gripping the tyrant's or dasher dragon with both hands. His blood ki erupted violently. He slashed down with all his might, and the giant beast's head was severed from its body. Black blood splattered everywhere. The massive corpse fell with a thud and then burst into flames, eventually dissipating into a black lotus floating in front of him. It was another cold lotus. The system displayed a notification asking if he wanted to convert it into breakthrough points. Asher didn't hesitate, took it, and chose to exchange. The system announced success. Host received 70. 0 breakthrough points. Finished. He sat cross-legged on a rock next to the beast's corpse, sighing softly for having finally accumulated 500. 0 breakthrough points. The system appeared again, presenting options including Sword Intent Heavenly Slaughter, Sword Intent, Tao Scripture, Sword Art, Myriad Things Extinction, Secret Art Movement Word Secret, Dan Scripture Middle Volume. Asher immediately chose the movement word secret. The system explained that due to his master's special physique, his talent had greatly increased, and his ability to comprehend the movement word secret had also been enhanced. This secret art had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the elementary mastery realm. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and looked towards the distant soul infant demon fruit, shouting that the movement word secret had successfully broken through. Now it's time to pick the sweet fruit. After speaking, he executed his newly upgraded movement technique and dashed away like the wind. But when he arrived in front of the soul infant demon fruit, Asher was stunned to realize its color seemed not quite ripe yet. He held his forehead in frustration and lamented his bad luck. The system displayed a taunting message. Host's luck is too low. After all that hard work killing the beast, you didn't know the fruit was still green. Asher frowned slightly. Then his lips curled into a wicked smile. He confidently thought, "Don't I have a way to force it to ripen?" Seeing this, the system displayed a question mark about his intentions, then laughed loudly and praised, as expected of the old devil Asher, "Your schemes are deep and cunning." A while later, as Asher was leisurely pretending to pick spirit herbs, suddenly, a voice from behind called out agreeing. "Senior Brother Asher is also here." Asher slowly turned around to see who had spoken. Before him, 5 people were approaching, 4 men and 1 woman. The leader was Chen Mu Fan, carrying a giant saber on his back. He smiled and asked, "Is Senior Brother Asher here all by himself?" Asher looked at the smile on the other's face but remained vigilant, asking back, "Are you all here to hunt me down too?" Chen Mu Fan immediately sent a silent transmission to his companions, reminding them to retract their killing intent. This person cultivates an extremely fast movement technique. If he wants to escape, no one can stop him. It's better to keep him here and wait for reinforcements to surround and eliminate him. Hearing this, his companions transmitted back, "We will respectfully follow Senior Brother Chen's orders." Shen Mufan turned to Asher, feigning surprise. He asked, "What do you mean by that? Senior brother? Harming a fellow disciple is a grave crime. There must be some misunderstanding here." Just then, a delicate-looking woman stepped forward a few steps, her voice full of concern, asking who would dare to hunt a direct disciple. She even suggested he tell them so they could help. Hearing this, Asher's expression softened slightly, but his eyes remained wary. He sighed softly and said he didn't know who it was because countless people wanted him dead. At this, the female disciple took Asher's hand and gently suggested he join their team for protection. A fit man standing next to them quickly chimed in, affirming that with them around, no one would dare to touch him. Chen Mufan nodded in agreement, and the whole group puffed out their chests, vowing to protect him. Asher looked at the group before him, laughing coldly in his heart, silently praising their excellent acting skills. His gaze swept over the female disciple, lingering particularly on her full chest, silently appraising. This junior sister is quite alluring. The female disciple sneered inwardly, and then sent a mental message to her teammates to rest assured. This guy is a lecher. Not as tough as the rumors say. The long-haired male disciple smirked and replied, thinking it was hilarious that the prey was worried about the hunter. Chen Mufan squinted and transmitted, "You can't blame him. Our acting is too convincing." He then cleared his throat, boosting Asher as a genius who broke the ancient limit, the future pillar of the Genesis Prime Holy Land. He absolutely cannot meet with misfortune. The female disciple and the others also expressed their sincere desire to help. Asher pretended to be moved, but his heart was full of sarcasm. He praised everyone's righteousness and agreed to join. Hearing his agreement, the woman immediately linked her arm with Asher's intimately, pressing her cheek against his shoulder and saying Kokathis lie that everyone in the Holy Land was like one big family. Her full breasts were deliberately pressed against his arm, and she kept rubbing against him provocatively. A short while later, Asher enthusiastically invited the group to a barbecue. He introduced it as the roasted goat that junior sister Serena had prepared for him. He was worried he couldn't finish it alone, but luckily he met them, so he took it out from his storage bag to treat his guests. Hearing this, the group looked extremely surprised, exclaiming in unison with doubt. Asher maintained a bright smile, pouring wine and saying, "Meeting is fate. Please make yourselves at home." Chen Mufan also smiled and replied that senior brother Asher didn't need to be so polite. As soon as he finished speaking, Asher generously raised his cup and drank it all in one go. The purple-haired woman saw this and thought to herself, "It seems this wine is fine," seeing him drink it without any issue. Chen Mufan also felt at ease, raised his cup for a sip, and his eyes lit up, praising the wine. Asher smiled proudly, saying this was a rare wine from his master's cellar, and told his junior brother to eat big chunks of meat and drink big bowls of wine to be a true man. Shen Mufan and his companions, seeing nothing unusual, completely let down their guard and joined the feast with Asher, continuously raising their cups and toasts, eating and drinking with great enthusiasm. Before long, the fragrant roasted goat on the spit had been eaten clean, leaving only a bare white skeleton. Just then, Asher's voice suddenly deepened, calling out to everyone. Hearing him, Chen Mufan replied, asking what senior brother wanted to say. Asher's eyes glowed red. He asked coldly, "How much benefit did Jason Kalen give you to make you want to kill me at any cost?" Hearing that question, the group was startled, turning to look at Asher with changed expressions. Chen Mufan quickly grabbed the large mace beside him, his voice icy as he asked when he had found out. Asher replied nonchalantly that he had seen through everything the moment they appeared. Instantly, Chen Mufan swung the mace and attacked in a flash, but Asher remained strangely calm, using the movement word secret to move. His body quickly retreated to dodge, and immediately after, the mace slammed down, shattering the ground and creating a deep crater. After steadying himself, Asher's eyes were as cold as a knife. He told them to check their divine bridge sea of consciousness. Chen Mufan's group panicked and checked their inner bodies, horrified to find a black smoke enveloping their sea of consciousness. The female disciple screamed, accusing him of poisoning the wine. Asher smirked and said his poison wasn't in the wine. In fact, what he gave Chen Mufan's group to drink was a special poison that tasted as delicious as fine wine. The system laughed until it almost ran out of breath, confirming that its poison was genuine. Absolutely not mixed with wine. Asher revealed a wicked smile and declared that if they wanted to live, he would give them a chance. Hearing there was a way to live, Chen Mufen quickly asked what he wanted them to do to be spared. Asher coldly threw a piece of paper at them, ordering them to follow the instructions on it. The accompanying medicine vial contained 10 temporary antidotes, enough to keep them alive for 3 days. Once they finished, he would completely cure them. The female disciple was still suspicious, asking how they could be sure he would keep his word. Asher said with a straight face, looking into her heart and seeing her growing health. He held up 3 fingers and made a solemn vow, swearing on his master's name that if he broke his promise, the heavenly Tao would curse his master to never be able to advance. At the same time, at Cloud Mist Peak, Sylvia was eating an apple and suddenly sneezed repeatedly, silently cursing whoever was bad-mouthing her. Seeing him dare to make such a vow, Chen Mufan had no choice but to trust him. The purple-haired woman also agreed to compromise, saying they would do as he said and hoped he would keep his word. He smiled gently, asserting that he was a man of his word and would await their good news. With that, he took out a flying ship from his storage ring, stepped on it, and disappeared. An hour later, in a large forest, numerous flying ships tore through the wind and quickly gathered. Figures jumped down from them. A male cultivator in purple robes with sharp eyes stepped forward and questioned Chen Mufan. What exactly happened? You actually let that Asher escape? The speaker was Yan Chao, a direct disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak, with a cultivation at the peak 9th level of the Divine Bridge realm. Senior brother Yan and everyone, please calm down. Exactly 1 hour ago, our group encountered Asher here. But he was too vigilant. The moment he saw us, he immediately fled. His speed was so fast that we couldn't catch up. Yan Shao looked displeased and asked, then why did you call us here? Chen Mufan carefully took out a piece of animal hide from his robes and said seriously, that Asher dropped this while fleeing in panic. Yan Shao looked over and asked, what is this? Chen Mufan opened the animal hide and said, this map records the growing location of the heavenly treasure, the soul infant demon fruit. That rare demon fruit is growing on the peak of this mountain. Yan Shao exclaimed in surprise. An immortal grade soul infant demon fruit has appeared here? Why didn't you go pick it yourselves? I don't believe you're that kind. What are you really up to? Chen Mufan rolled up the hide and said helplessly, the place where the soul infant demon fruit grows is extremely dangerous. If just the 5 of us go in, the chances of dying are very high. So we need everyone's support. If we can get the demon fruit, we just need you to share a portion with us. Yan Zhao took the hide and said, all right, I agree. This map was taken from Asher. If we let him get there first, we'll lose out. I'll lead people to pick it immediately. The red-clothed man schemed to himself. Chen Mufan is still so naive. He wants us to do the work and still demands a share of the profits. What a beautiful dream. Before long, Yan Shao's group had arrived at the location of the soul infant demon fruit. In a hidden corner nearby, Asher watched, a slight curve on his lips. Oh, they're here. Quite a number of them. 2. Yan Zhao led the way. Seeing the black mist swirling around the mountain peak, he shouted a warning. This mist can block spiritual sense. Everyone, don't stray too far from each other. A girl in the group spoke up to reassure him. Please rest assured, senior brother. Yan Zhao led the group quickly up to the peak. Before long, they saw, not far away, a strange plant growing on a block of pure black rock. It looked like a spirit herb about 2 meters tall, but its stalk was as pale as a dead person's bone, exuding an eerie vibe. On its branch hung a strange pinkish-purple fruit, inside which was the faint shape of a fetus in a mother's womb. It occasionally let out an eerie laugh that sent chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. Seeing this, the group, far from being scared, had their eyes light up, their bodies trembling with excitement. They stared at the soul infant demon fruit, their hearts surging with joy. Someone burst out laughing. It really is the soul infant demon fruit. It really is. This is great. If I can eat this fruit, I can definitely advance directly to the divine power realm. Another person also said excitedly, we've struck it rich this time. We've really struck it rich. If we sell it, we can probably get several tens of thousands of divine spirit stones. Getting rich is not hard at all this time. We're about to be loaded. but Yan Shao suddenly raised his hand to stop them. Everyone, hold on. The color of this soul infant demon fruit doesn't seem right. I'm afraid it's not ripe yet. I've read in ancient texts that when it's ripe, it will be as red as blood and emit a divine aura. It eaten unrippy. One's brain will be devoured by yin energy, and they will die a sudden, unexpected death. A female disciple asked, "Then what should we do now? The time in the desolate demon mystic realm is limited. We can't wait for it to ripen naturally. Should we just pick it first and figure it out later?" While the group was still hesitating, a stream of blood-red gas quickly spread towards their feet. Yan Xiao was stunned as he watched the gas surround them and exclaimed, "Huh?" A girl quickly covered her nose and cried out, "Is this an illusion formation? How can this be happening?" Right behind her, a young man suddenly went berserk, screaming and clawing wildly at his own body. In just a few short seconds, that young man lunged forward and choked her. His mouth continuously spewed vicious curses. "Die, you beast! You're the one who killed my mother! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The scene instantly descended into extreme chaos. The crowd completely lost control and began to attack each other frantically. Another person roared with resentment. "I treated you as a good brother, yet you dare to steal my woman? Kill! Kill!" The mountaintop had now turned into a true, bloody hell. The sound of tragic screams echoed everywhere, the air thick with a bone-chilling killing intent. Those disciples had all fallen into an illusion, slaughtering each other without restraint. Amidst the chaos, Yan Shao managed to maintain a sliver of clarity. He looked around with horrified eyes, unable to believe what was happening. He screamed in despair, "No, don't do this. Everyone, stop." Unfortunately, they had all sunk too deep into the illusion. No one could hear any other sounds. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, fresh blood pooling everywhere. What was even more horrifying was that the blood did not seep into the ground. Instead, as if it had a mind of its own, it automatically gathered and flowed towards the base of the soul infant demon fruit. After absorbing enough blood ki, the soul infant demon fruit gradually turned a brilliant, blood-red color. It became more eerie than ever, emitting a childlike giggle that echoed throughout the mountain, sending a shiver down the spine of anyone who heard it. An hour later, there was no more movement on the mountaintop. Only then did Asher slowly emerge from his hiding place. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, he smiled faintly and thought, "I didn't expect the soul infant demon fruit to ripen by absorbing the blood ki of the human race." Observing the fruit closely, he frowned slightly and thought, "It still needs a little more blood ki to be fully ripe." Well, waiting a few more days is no big deal. It's too dangerous to stay here. It's best to leave first and plan later. At the foot of the mountain, the female disciple from Chen Mufan's group looked up, her face worried as she spoke. "Senior brother Chen, did something happen up there? Why did it suddenly become so quiet? Did something happen to senior brother Yan and the others?" Chen Mufan stroked his chin, his expression pensive. "The soul infant demon fruit is not something ordinary people can pick. It's a good thing we didn't follow them up the mountain." The girl beside him spoke again. "But if we can't get the demon fruit, will senior brother Asher be willing to cure our poison?" Just then, Asher calmly walked over. Seeing the five of them, he gave a faint smile and asked, "Why didn't you go up the mountain with them?" Chen Mufan tried to suppress his emotions and bowed deeply towards Asher. "Senior brother Asher, we took them up the mountain to pick the demon fruit as you instructed. Although we couldn't get it, we did our best. We hope you can show us some mercy and cure our poison." Asher remained cold-faced, glanced at the five of them, and thought to himself, "Oh, this bunch of cowards who are afraid of death not only failed to pick the demon fruit, but also had the heart to send their senior brothers and sisters up the mountain to die. Now they dare to claim credit with me?" Suddenly, a thick demonic aura shot towards them. Asher tilted his head slightly, his eyes turning cold. "Huh? There's a demonic aura approaching." He immediately glared at Chen Mufan's group and shouted, "Did you lead this demonic aura here?" Chen Mufan's group turned pale upon hearing this, their bodies trembling as they replied, "No, we wouldn't dare to associate with the demon race." From a distance, many strangely shaped demons riding giant armored beasts charged towards them. Seeing Asher's group, they immediately rejoiced and laughed strangely. A demon raised a large halberd, his killing intent soaring. Humans. We found more humans. Kill. Kill them all. For the great demon race. For our freedom. Asher remained cold, thinking to himself, I've been in the mystic realm for over 10 days. And this is the first time I've encountered the demon race. It seems they specialize in hunting and killing human cultivators. He immediately activated the movement word secret. Dense. Mystical patterns appearing under his feet, gripping the tyrants or Dasher dragon. His body shot up like a bolt of lightning. Chen Mufeng cried out in shock. So fast! The tyrants or Dasher dragon, infused with powerful true essence. Its blade glowing brightly, revealed a fierce and domineering presence. The sword's aura, carrying endless killing intent, thundered down on the demons and demonic beasts. The few standing on the sidelines were dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, what kind of terrifying combat power is this? With just a few of us, how can we possibly hold out? Asher pointed the tip of his sword at one of them and shouted, Speak! Why did your demon race suddenly appear here? The demon's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. Asher narrowed his eyes and stabbed his sword through the demon's shoulder. He said coldly, Not talking? Then I'll slowly torture you all to death. Let's see if you can keep your mouth shut then. The demon cried out in pain. I'll talk. I'll talk. We were originally suppressed in the desolate demon mystic realm by the Genesis Prime Emperor's great Tao. But we just received an order from the great demon of the Shore of Enlightenment realm, telling us to ambush you here. Hearing this, Asher thought to himself, A great demon at the Shore of Enlightenment realm. This is definitely not simple. The situation in the desolate demon mystic realm this time seems to be very deep. His face was like ice as he swung his sword horizontally, finishing off his opponent. The demon was instantly killed. If he was quick, he might even be able to meet the ox he used to ride on the road to the underworld. Another demon cried out in fear. Brother Nyu died just like that? Asher looked at Chen Mufeng's group behind him and said, Junior Brother Chen, I'll leave the remaining small fries to you. With your strength, dealing with them shouldn't be a problem, right? Just then, a female disciple pleaded, Senior Brother Asher, can you help us with the poison first? Asher threw a bottle of medicine to her and said casually, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I, Asher, have never been one to go back on my word. Take it. After speaking, he jumped onto his flying ship and waved. I, Asher, will take my leave now. You all can pray for your own good fortune. Seeing Asher leave, the demons were triumphant. The strongest one has left. All that's left are these weaklings who have been poisoned. Isn't this a great opportunity for us? With that thought, they charged forward and surrounded Chen Mufeng's group. Chen Mufeng looked at the large, red-eyed demons with extreme anxiety. In this situation, are we going to die? The demons laughed with delight. Ha! Kill them all! For the clan and for the freedom of the demons. One of them rushed forward and grabbed the female disciple, restraining her hands and feet and smiling lewdly. This human female is quite pretty. Don't be afraid. Your big brothers here won't hurt you. In the air, Asher stood on his flying ship, contemplating. The soul infant demon fruit still needs another 2 days to ripen. What should I do during these 2 idle days? At that moment, below, Leo was holding a map and tracing it to a cave entrance next to a mountain range. His face was filled with excitement, and he trembled with joy, laughing loudly. This is the place. Asher heard the familiar sound and looked down. Huh? Isn't that Leo's voice? Leo's eyes were shining brightly. He checked the map as he advanced quickly. I've finally arrived. This is the treasure of the true demon. He shouted with joy. Treasure. I'm coming for you. Asher hid behind a nearby rock, a meaningful smile on his lips. The protagonist's luck is indeed heaven-defying. Unfortunately, he ran into me, while Leo was still engrossed in the map and entering the cave. Asher activated the movement word secret and silently slipped in first. He chuckled to himself. Brother Leo, thank you so much. Hi, Asher. We'll kindly scout the path for you. Leo was startled and looked around. What the hell was that? Did something just flash by? The deeper they went, the thicker the earth veins became, and the spiritual energy was so dense it was about to liquefy. He took out a jade bottle to collect the dripping stalactite milk, muttering, This kind of versatile stalactite milk is extremely valuable. Collecting it can earn me a good sum. Next, he discovered countless precious medicinal herbs. Looking at the three immortal herbs, Mystic Grade, Heaven Grade, and Earth Grade, he smiled with satisfaction. These precious Heaven Grade immortal herbs cannot be missed. The system's notifications rang out continuously. Dang, your luck has increased by 5. Dang, your luck has increased by 8. Dang, your luck has increased by 7. Dang, your luck has increased by 6. Dang, your luck has increased by 15. In just a short minute, he had swept clean all the medicinal herbs there. Asher stood up, wiped his sweat, and sighed. Whew, finally done. He asked the system, my luck has increased so rapidly. Is it because I've plundered Leo's opportunity? The system laughed. That's exactly right. Host, you're siphoning luck from the other party. If you hadn't interfered, Leo would have monopolized this great opportunity and would surely have soared to the heavens in a single step. Asher held up his storage bag and laughed heartily. Over 1. Joearth Grade Spirit Herbs. Over 100 Heaven Grade Herbs. And 11 Immortal Grade Stocks. 3 jade bottles of 10,000 year stalactite milk. If I sell all this, even a pig could ascend to the heavens, let alone a person. Suddenly, a strange object made him exclaim, oh? His gaze landed on the center of the stalactite cave, where the glowing objects, one red and one green, were. Looking closely, it was half of a palm-sized stone mirror, emitting an ancient, desolate aura. Beside it was a bright red egg covered in dowel patterns and surrounded by a halo. The scene was magical, like a heart beating inside the egg, radiating a dense life force. Asher thought to himself, this is the real treasure of this treasure hall. But when he glanced upwards, his pupils constricted. High above, a giant white snake was coiled, its body incredibly massive. Its scales shone like mirrors, and its body was piled up like a mountain. Lying perfectly still, the white snake was in a deep sleep, seemingly completely unaware that someone had just intruded. Realizing the terrifying aura emanating from its body, he silently calculated, I didn't expect a white snake that has reached the peak of the shore of Enlightenment Realm to be hidden here. This great snake must be responsible for guarding the treasure. I absolutely cannot be careless and trigger any traps. With that thought, Asher cautiously stepped forward, intending to take the 2 treasures. But, at that very moment, a sudden noise came from behind him. Asher immediately spun around, only to see Leo rushing in from outside, accidentally stepping on a protective restriction. Leo raised his hand and scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Senior brother Asher, what a coincidence. We actually met here? I just happened to discover that there are treasures hidden here too. In stark contrast to his innocent, foolish appearance, Asher was so angry he felt his chest would explode. He couldn't believe the idiot Leo was so unlucky as to trigger the restriction and awaken the giant white snake. The white snake woke up instantly. The mere movement of its body caused the ground to shake violently, so much so that rocks from the ceiling began to fall down with a rumble. It had realized there was an intruder, and its anger flared intensely. Its eyes opened, blood red, as if wanting to devour every living creature before it. It opened its massive, fang-filled mouth and let out a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth, directed towards Asher and Leo. Taking advantage of the white snake's rage, Asher seized the opportunity and rushed forward, quickly snatching the 2 rare treasures. He thought to himself, this place is dangerous. I shouldn't linger. I must leave immediately. As soon as he touched the treasures, Asher activated the movement word secret, his body transforming into a streak of light and shooting out. Meanwhile, Leo was frozen in place, terrified by the beast's might, silently cursing the heavens. Damn it! Today is just too unlucky. Outside the mystic realm, the Holy Lord and the Peak Masters were meditating. Suddenly, Elder Huang rushed over and reported, something bad has happened. Among the disciples who entered the desolate demon mystic realm, many of their life-bound talismans have shattered. Hearing the news, Sylvia couldn't help but worry and quickly asked, what? How many have broken? Elder Huang replied anxiously, as many as 775 have shattered. Sylvia hurriedly asked about her own disciple. What about my disciple's talisman? Asher's. Is it okay? Elder Huang shook his head and said, his talisman is still intact. It hasn't broken. Sylvia grew even more uneasy. A cataclysmic event must have occurred inside the desolate demon mystic realm. So many disciples dying at once is unprecedented. She suddenly wondered to herself, how strange. Why am I worried about that rebellious disciple? Wouldn't it be better for me if he died? The Holy Lord spoke up at this moment to calm them. There is no need to panic. I will use the Eye of the Void mirror to directly observe the situation inside. As soon as she finished speaking, the Holy Lord immediately cast the divine ability, Eye of the Void mirror. A massive, glowing formation slowly appeared at her feet. Following that, countless mystical eyes floated in Midra, beginning to meticulously observe all the events within the mystic realm. At that moment, inside the mystic realm, a male disciple looked up and saw the eyes, then turned to ask the female disciple beside him, are the people outside observing the mystic realm? The demon race was extremely panicked when they saw these massive eyes. Is the human race planning to punish us? I really don't want to die here. At the demon race's main camp, the demon leader at the shore of Enlightenment Realm, named Massa, suddenly laughed coldly, his deep, imposing voice echoing, "You don't need to worry. No one can pass through the rules of the desolate demon mystic realm to attack us, even if that person is a saint king. Those humans can only stand outside and watch. They can't do anything. Since they want to watch so badly, let them witness firsthand how we slaughter the human race." With that, Massa swung the longsword in his hand and gave the order. Slaughter every last human, all for the goal of leaving this mystic realm. Only then can we regain our freedom. All forces, charge. Great leader Massa's blood-red eyes flickered slightly. He took out half a stone mirror, its surface continuously emitting a strange green light. Seeing this phenomenon, Massa's expression couldn't help but change to one of shock. The treasured jade stone mirror is reacting. Could it be that the other half has appeared? If I can obtain the other half and piece them together into a complete whole, I will surely be able to break through to the Tao Palace realm. Through the Eye of the Void, the chaotic and tragic scene of the demonic beasts in the desolate demon mystic realm was clearly displayed before everyone's eyes. Among the elders, two couldn't hide their anxiety and exclaimed in horror, "Why has that great demon reached the peak of the shore of Enlightenment Realm? Had the realm-restricting shackles in the mystic realm lost their effect?" Seeing the great demon Asher's profound cultivation, Sylvia grew even more uneasy. She quickly proposed, "Your Highness, the Holy Lord, we need to quickly open a channel to the mystic realm and open the teleportation gate to bring the disciples back as soon as possible." Seeing the clear worry on her beautiful face, the Holy Lord smiled teasingly. "Could it be that you are worried that your rebellious disciple will meet with misfortune?" Hearing this, Sylvia's face flushed with shyness for a moment, but she silently rebuked herself. This seed is not worried about him in the slightest. I am merely concerned for the safety of the other disciples. The Holy Lord then spoke in a gentle, reassuring tone. "Don't be too hasty. This seed has already arranged everything properly. In 2 days at most, the teleportation gate will be able to connect to the mystic realm." Just then, Elder Faye also spoke up. "If you can't even endure for 2 short days, you truly disappoint us." Although she spoke tough lie, saying she didn't care, Sylvia's heart was burning with anxiety. Wondering where that rebellious disciple was now, she angrily threw Ash's voodoo doll to the ground and cursed to vent her anger. "It would be best if you were swallowed whole by some demonic beast." At that moment, inside the desolate demon mystic realm, a group of demons, after receiving their leader's command, viciously charged forward to hunt down a female disciple. That person was Crystal, the renowned direct disciple of Tao and Peak. She was desperately fleeing while carrying her heavily injured junior sister, Suer Yuan, on her back. Asher observed from a distance, aware of the eyes still above his head, and silently calculated. "I, the old devil Asher, have never liked to be a hero saving a damsel in distress. But if I stand by and do nothing right under the watch of this eye, will my plan to become the Holy Sun go up in smoke? Consider yourself very lucky." As soon as the thought finished, Asher drew his tyrant's or Dazure dragon. The sword's body radiated a powerful, crimson aura. With a whoosh, he shot out and stood directly in front of the ferocious demonic beasts. Crystal was filled with curiosity when a man suddenly appeared to save her. "Who is he?" Asher glanced at her and said coolly, "Junior sister, I am here to rescue you." After a careful look, Crystal recognized a familiar face, the one who had once climbed to the peak of the Genesis Prime Divine Tower. But his cultivation is only at the peak of the Sea of Consciousness realm, while the weakest demon here is already at the Divine Bridge realm. Isn't he just seeking death by charging him like this? While Crystal was lost in thought, Asher had already bravely charged into the center of the battle. Overly worried for her savior, she shouted to stop him. Don't. But a second later, she was almost stunned, her eyes wide with shock at the scene before her. Asher, with just a few simple moves, had immediately sent all those demons to the underworld. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The young man stood proudly amidst the pile of demon corpses, his sword in hand, looking incredibly cool. Crystal couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Senior brother is truly powerful. It's no exaggeration to say he's like a reincarnated demon god. After showing off enough of his might in front of the beauty, Asher turned his head to ask, "Junior sister, are you all right?" Crystal replied with emotion, "I'm fine. Thank you, Senior brother Asher, for saving us." Crystal, filled with gratitude, immediately bowed. "Thank you, Senior brother, for your timely rescue." The young man took out an earth-grade spirit herb called the soul-nourishing branch from his sleeve and handed it to her. "The wounds on your body seem very severe. You should take this medicine quickly to heal." Seeing this, Crystal quickly refused. "Senior brother, this kind of treasure is truly too precious. I really can't accept it." Asher remained calm and said, "Junior sister, don't be so formal. The demon race is currently causing chaos everywhere. If you don't treat your injuries soon, I'm afraid you will face a great disaster. If you don't think for yourself, at least think for your heavily injured junior sister. At most, after we get out, you can find a way to repay me with a similar treasure." Hearing his reasonable analysis, Crystal had to agree. She replied, "Thank you so much, Senior brother. I will definitely find a chance to repay this great debt of kindness." Asher continued to assess the situation. When those outside realize the great changes in the mystic realm, they will surely open the teleportation gate to bring everyone back safely. However, even if you take the treasure now, you too will still need time to recover your strength. He then sincerely suggested, "Why don't you go to the square area and wait for the gate to reopen?" Crystal heard this and asked, "Aren't you coming with us, Senior brother?" Asher immediately shook his head. "No, I still have a very important matter to attend to immediately. We'll part ways here." As soon as he finished speaking, he touched his chest where he kept the half of the stone mirror. He silently calculated, "The vibrations from this stone mirror are getting stronger and stronger. To ensure everything goes smoothly, I must quickly pick the soul infant demon fruit and wait for the right opportunity to upgrade my cultivation." At Genesis Prime Square, the image of Asher heroically saving his junior sister had been transmitted outside, causing the disciples to discuss it enthusiastically. Praises rang out endlessly. "Senior brother Asher is truly powerful. He killed those demons so quickly they didn't even have a chance to resist. With just a wave of his hand, he generously took out a precious earth-grade treasure. It's truly admirable and enviable." A young woman standing nearby also chimed in excitedly. "Don't you all think Senior brother Asher and Senior sister Crystal look like a perfect match?" Even the majestic Holy Lord couldn't help but sigh. Asher is indeed a kind-hearted person with extraordinary talent. His performance in the mystic realm is truly excellent. While everyone was praising him, Sylvia was the most worried. She silently cursed the detestable, rebellious disciple. "What on earth are you planning that's making me so worried?" Back in the desolate demon mystic realm, at Yinmo Mountain, two young men were plotting to seize the soul infant demon fruit. One of them smirked. "If we can get this soul infant demon fruit, our cultivation will surely advance to the divine power realm." The other immediately became vigilant. "Wait. Hold on. It seems like there are footsteps approaching from behind us." Asher slowly approached. The two men's faces changed, and they asked with a tremor, Are you Asher?" The old devil Asher smiled in reply. "So, you'd have heard of me." "I am indeed Asher. I wonder what you two are doing here." The man in blue's eyes glinted with cunning as he sent a mental transmission to his companion. "Senior brother, the demonic aura here is thick and heavy. Approaching the demon fruit will likely be very dangerous. Why don't we let this Asher go and pick it for us?" The man in reed heard this and immediately agreed. "That's right. If he manages to pick it, we'll split it evenly." If he's too strong and we can't beat him, we'll just gang up on him. Victory will surely be ours. After discussing, the man in blue pretended to be friendly and said, Asher, you must have seen the soul infant demon fruit over there, right? That demon fruit is extremely valuable. Now, go and pick it, and the three of us will split the spoils evenly. What do you think? Asher just half closed his eyes and replied infuriately, I think not. Seeing his disdain, the two became angry. The man in blue threatened coldly, Asher, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't be so ignorant. You're forcing us to make a move. You'd better obediently help us pick the demon fruit. If we're happy, we might spare your life. The man in red chimed in, Senior brother, stop wasting your breath on him. Let's just use the 3 talent for symbol formation to bind him first. Then we'll see. He's only at the Sea of Consciousness realm anyway. What kind of trouble can he cause? As soon as they finished speaking, both of them summoned their weapons and deployed a formation. Formation patterns flew through the air, quickly forming a 3 talent for symbol trapping formation that surrounded Asher. But he remained calm, standing with his arms crossed. The man in red charged forward at extreme speed. But in a flash, Asher had used the movement word secret to dodge. Then he drew the Tyrant's or Dasher Dragon and counterattacked it. With just one decisive slash, the blade cut across his opponent's back, sending fresh blood flying. Witnessing this, the man in blue screamed in terror. Senior brother. Asher's face remained unchanged. He switched targets. Another slash whistled through the air, and the man in blue's stomach was deeply gashed before he could join his brother in the underworld. The old devil Asher said coldly, If there is a next life, don't be a petty person who likes to act all high and mighty. After speaking, he kicked the corpses into the abyss. The flowing blood was immediately absorbed by the soul infant demon fruit. After absorbing enough blood the fruit ripened. Asher immediately picked it, marveling to himself at how difficult it was to obtain this demon fruit. As soon as it left the branch, the plant immediately withered and decayed. He looked at the withered plant and wondered how long it would take for a new fruit to grow. Just then, the system appeared with a strange laugh. Let this system tell you some news. In the future, there will be absolutely no more soul infant demon fruits here. The host is truly worthy of being the villain of destiny, so ruthless as to pull out the grass by its roots. Your reward is 500 breakthrough points. Host, are you preparing to break through to the 10th level of the Sea of Consciousness? Asher grunted in affirmation. The system said again, This system has some news that is neither good nor bad that it wants to share with you. He raised an eyebrow. Speak. The system announced, In the second extreme realm breakthrough, you will definitely face a lightning tribulation. Asher's expression changed. You're not mistaken. Are you? Under normal circumstances, isn't it only characters like Junior Saints who face lightning tribulations? Why do I have to face it so early? The system replied, It's certain. This system has analyzed it 300 billion times. The probability of you encountering a lightning tribulation is 99.99999%. Perhaps the reason is that your current realm is already too powerful. In short, if you can withstand it, you will become much stronger. If you can't, you will very likely die. Afterward, Asher returned to the gloomy ancient forest. As he walked, he touched his chest and thought, It's true. The deeper I go in this direction, the more intense the vibrations from the stone mirror become. It seems the other half of the stone mirror is about to appear. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked ahead, where a group of ferocious demons were running and shouting, Kill! Kill! Leader Massa held half a stone mirror and smiled sinisterly. Oh, the reaction of the stone mirror has intensified again. Could it be that the one holding the other half has brought himself to my doorstep? Hiding behind an ancient tree, Asher cursed silently. Damn it. So the demon race's main camp is up ahead? The stone mirror is reacting so violently. Could it be that the one holding the other half is that legendary demon leader? He asked the system. System, let me ask you one more time to be sure. Am I definitely going to face a lightning tribulation? The system replied, 100% certain. Hearing this, he revealed a calculating smile. Very well. From a high-flying ship, Asher looked down at the teleportation square. There, injured disciples were crying out, Senior brother, please, save my senior brother. Someone asked, "Does anyone have any hemostatic treasure? Please, give me some." A green-haired disciple held his head and trembled. "When can we go back?" Asher observed and thought. With so many injured people, it seems the demon race plans to wipe us all out. I didn't expect them to be even more ruthless than me. The system reminded him. Host, for this, you can only blame yourself for needing to improve more. However, now is not the time to worry about such trivial matters. You are currently being pursued by the great demon king and are about to face a lightning tribulation. How do you plan to deal with it? Asher replied calmly. I already have a plan in mind. You don't need to worry. Inside the teleportation square's great formation, the disciples of various sects were terrified as the demons swarmed in like a flood. They cried out, "The demon race! The demon race has chased us all the way here. How can there be so many of them?" Standing outside the formation, the great demon king Masa held half a stone mirror in his hand and gently waved it. Instantly, the originally solid defensive formation was torn open with a large crack. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the disciples hiding in the teleportation square were utterly terrified. The aura emanating from this demon is at least at the late stage of the shore of enlightenment realm. We are no match for him at all. To be able to easily cut through a great formation set up by an emperor, the stone mirror in his hand must be an emperor armament. The great demon king Masa clenched the half of the stone mirror in his hand, his icy gaze penetrating deep into the teleportation formation. He threatened, "You bunch of human ants. Do you want to live or die? If you want to live, then quickly hand over the one holding the other stone mirror fragment." While everyone was in a state of extreme panic, Asher calmly held up his half of the stone mirror, a contemptuous and arrogant smile on his lips. He looked straight at Masa and said in a cold, provocative tone, "Is this what you're looking for?" Outside the mystic realm at Genesis Prime Square, images of Asher's actions were continuously being transmitted. This caused the crowd outside to buzz with discussion. "It's Asher. The one the demon race is looking for is him. It's definitely him. He led the demon race here, putting the disciples of all the sects in grave danger." Fairy Sylvia couldn't help but ponder his actions. She tilted her head slightly, silently considering, why did he have to do that? Now that things have developed to this point, there are only two possibilities: either he was pushed out by the crowd to be a scapegoat, or he took the initiative to step up. But no matter which situation it is, the final outcome won't change. With his current strength, he absolutely cannot defeat that powerful demon leader. If that's the case, the desolate demon mystic realm will surely be completely shattered. Standing next to Sylvia, Lady Violet just frowned slightly in thought, quietly observing without a word. Inside the mystic realm, at the teleportation square, a disciple standing behind Asher suddenly urged, "Senior brother Asher, you are a direct senior brother. Now that things have come to this, aren't you willing to sacrifice yourself a little for the safety of your junior brothers and sisters?" Crystal, standing nearby, immediately retorted sharply, "Are you trying to sacrifice senior brother Asher's life?" Her voice was full of indignation, but that disciple still smiled with false righteousness. "Junior sister Crystal, your words are a bit too harsh. Senior brother Asher is sacrificing himself for the greater good. He's doing it willingly. Isn't that right, senior brother Asher?" Facing the selfish disciples alone, she said sternly, "Do you think that just by sacrificing senior brother Asher, that cruel demon race will let us go? When faced with danger, instead of uniting to fight back, you just cowardly push your fellow disciple out to die. This kind of disgusting behavior will only make the demon race look down on us human cultivators even more." Outside the great formation, the great demon king Masa, seeing the internal conflict, smirked with delight. "I'll give you 50 breaths to think. If he doesn't come out by then, we will attack directly." Hearing the threat, the disciples became even more panicked and lost their composure. Some held their heads and cried, while others clasped their hands in prayer. "No, I don't want to die yet. Lord, someone save us." Another disciple turned to Asher and shouted, "Senior brother Asher, please save us. You can't just watch us all die. As long as you go out there, the demon race will surely not harm us." Seeing this cowardly scene, Crystal was extremely disappointed and disgusted. She couldn't believe they were willing to push a fellow disciple to their death just to save their own lives. Suddenly, a warm hand gently placed on her shoulder made her jump and turn around. Meeting Asher's rare, Gentle smile made her cheeks flush slightly. She lowered her head and called out softly, "Senior brother Asher." Asher nodded slightly. "Thank you so much, junior sister. In such a difficult situation, you were still willing to stand up for me. I truly appreciate your kindness. Leave the rest to me." After speaking, he slowly walked out of the protective range of the Great Formation, striding proudly towards the Great Demon King. At Genesis Prime Square, Sylvia watched his departing back, her eyes filled with anxiety. Is Asher really going to face that entire horde of ferocious demons alone? Her heart was in turmoil. "Is this your final choice, Asher?" Asher walked without any hesitation. Quickly, he soon stood before the towering Massa. Massa looked down at him, his voice full of admiration. "You human, you're not bad. You've got more guts than those other cowards." Asher didn't reply, calmly taking out an ancient wooden box from his storage bag and opening the lid. Instantly, a brilliant red light and a rich fragrance spread everywhere. The soul infant demon fruit was clearly visible to everyone. Massa's eyes lit up with grief. The soul infant demon fruit. He immediately roared at his subordinates. Go snatch that demon fruit from his hands for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the demons charged forward crazily, screaming, "Get the demon fruit. Whoever gets it will be heavily rewarded." Asher smirked, brought the demon fruit to his lips, took a large, delicious bite, and then gave a command in his mind. "System, break through the Tao scripture for me immediately." The system immediately displayed a confirmation notification detecting that the host possesses the ancient sacred body and is cultivating the Tao scripture. Estimated consumption 10. 0 breakthrough points. Breakthrough process successfully completed. Breakthrough points consumed 10. 0. Host's ancient sacred body has undergone a transformation. The Sea of Consciousness realm has reached its ultimate limit and has been sublimated, directly advancing to the 9th level of the Divine Bridge realm. The host is about to face an extremely powerful lightning tribulation. Please be mentally prepared. The lightning tribulation will descend in 10 breaths. In the sky, black clouds churned, and the lightning tribulation gathered with heaven shaking might. An illusion of Asher, his entire body glowing with golden light, sat on a lotus platform, floating above. The phenomenon of the ancient sacred body manifested. Golden lightning crackled, and blood keys shot straight into the sky. Asher revealed a cold smile. "Allow me to invite you all to taste what a lightning tribulation is like." The lightning tribulation thundered down. The surrounding demons were struck, burned black, and gradually turned to ash. Suddenly, from behind Asher, Massa swung a massive black sword in a sneak attack. Asher glanced back. Trying a sneak attack? It's not that easy. He drew his tyrant sword Azure Dragon to meet the attack. A single powerful slash shattered Massa's sword, stunning him. The demon was shocked. "Ouch, you little brat. You're really formidable." Massa went berserk, a strange red aura rising from him. But in the next moment, a sharp sword slash cut across his body. Asher, expressionless, held his sword as if he had just finished a trivial task. The disciples within the formation couldn't believe it. Someone cried out, "Senior brother Asher is truly too powerful. He single-handedly wiped out the entire demon race." I remember that demon leader was at the peak of the shore of Enlightenment realm, yet under senior brother Asher's hands, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Outside the mystic realm, at Genesis Prime Square, the image of a muscular Asher on the teleportation platform caused an uproar. A female disciple covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Asher can actually use the power of the lightning tribulation to destroy the demon race. I have never seen such a terrifying lightning tribulation before. How did he do it?" The person next to her was also stunned. "He's only at the Sea of Consciousness realm, yet he can already trigger a lightning tribulation." Lady Violet turned to ask, "Sylvia, did you see that clearly?" Sylvia replied, "Yes. Golden blood key, a golden sea of consciousness, and the chaotic green lotus phenomenon. Asher, it's definitely the legendary ancient sacred body." Only now did she understand why his cultivation was so slow before. It was all because of the sacred body. Lady Violet continued. Asher was able to break the curse of the sacred body's inability to cultivate on his own. It's truly astonishing. The Holy Land has not yet chosen a holy son. When Asher returns, let him be the holy son of the Genesis Prime Holy Land. Sylvia blurted out. What? Lady Violet asked. Do you disagree with this idea? Sylvia quickly explained. No, it's not that. It's just that the matter of appointing a holy son needs to be decided by all the peak masters together. His current cultivation is still too low. I'm afraid it will make the other peak masters feel dissatisfied. She fumed. How can a rebellious and insolent disciple like him have a chance to sit in the noble position of holy son? Where is the justice? Where is the law? Lady Violet said, Your words are very reasonable, but with Asher's outstanding performance in the mystic realm today, I believe the other peak masters will not object to my proposal. Moreover, his character is quite good. He is a kind-hearted child. Hearing this, Sylvia lowered her head, her brows furrowed slightly, thinking to herself, Huh? Kind-hearted? You haven't seen how cruelly he treats me. Back at the teleportation square, after surviving the lightning tribulation, Asher was somewhat tired. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Just then, Crystal ran over and asked worriedly, Senior brother, are you injured anywhere? Seeing her concern, Asher smiled and replied, Thank you for your worry. Junior sister, I'm completely fine. Leo stood nearby and sighed. Asher is really strong, and I've just become a background character. The surrounding disciples cheered. The demon race has been wiped out by Senior Brother Asher. Senior Brother Asher is invincible. Suddenly, Asher saw a snake-like creature on Leo's shoulder. He asked, Brother Leo, what is that on your shoulder? Leo pointed to the white snake draped over his shoulder. He replied, This is a spirit beast I just tamed. Asher thought to himself, the white snake from the treasure trove. He managed to tame it, as expected of a protagonist. Even after I drained a lot of his luck, he could still obtain a top-tier spirit beast. Noticing a creature perched on Asher's shoulder as well, Leo asked curiously, Senior Brother Asher, what is that on your shoulder? Asher shrugged and pointed at the chicken, smiling. Its name is Chicken. As you can see, just an ordinary chicken. I guess you could barely call it my pet. Hearing this, the chicken flew into a rage, flapping its wings wildly and crowing. Damn it. You brat. Show me some respect. Who gave you permission to name me? You're the chicken. Your whole family are chickens. Seeing the amusing scene, Leo couldn't help but laugh out loud. What an interesting little fellow. At this point, Asher squeezed the chicken in his hand, preventing it from saying anything more. He gave a forced smile and replied, I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Brother Leo, the teleportation formation is about to open. Let's rest for a while. We have to return to the Holy Land soon. 3 days later, at the Genesis Prime Holy Land, inside Asher's cave dwelling, he sat cross-legged in cultivation and suddenly spoke. System. I still haven't received my reward for breaking through a major realm. The system immediately responded yes. Host. It has been detected that you have successfully broken through a major realm and have earned a special reward. The cultivation method for the upper chapter of the ancient sacred body. Detailed information is now displayed before you. Cultivation method upper chapter of the ancient sacred body type cultivation technique grade immortal introduction. Cultivating this method can help the ancient sacred body reach the minor completion stage. Ding! Does the host wish to receive the transmission of this technique? System detects that the host's ancient sacred body still has room for improvement. Do you wish to take this opportunity to continue breaking through? Asher immediately decided. Yes. Immediately after, he clutched his head in pain and gasped. Breaking through the physique and cultivation are truly worlds apart. This feeling of being drained is so uncomfortable. I'll stop my seclusion here for today. The system displayed another notification. Cultivation process was interrupted midway. A total of 1 million breakthrough points were consumed for physique cultivation. Asher quickly took out several immortal pills and swallowed them, sighing. It seems that if I want to break through my physique in the future, I'll have to prepare many more precious pills, or I'll be drained to death. He looked at the stone mirror floating above his head. This stone mirror has now been refined. He then asked curiously, System, do you know how to use this stone mirror? The system replied, Host has picked up a supreme grade treasure. This stone mirror is of a very high grade, at least a Saint King armament, possibly even a quasi-emperor armament. It's just a pity it's incomplete. It has two main functions. The first function is suppressing a domain of cyan light. In battle, it can significantly slow down the opponent's actions. even directly imprisoning them. The second function is information communication. The host can use a normal-grade spirit stone to test it. Hearing this, Asher took out a high-grade spirit stone and placed it in the slot on the stone mirror. Immediately, a series of characters appeared on the mirror's surface. Order 6. Welcome to the Primordial Expanse. Your order is extremely high, granting you special privileges. Unlocked functions include Chat Channel, Starry Sky Plaza, Mystic Land, Personal Exchange Space, Skill Arena, Cultivation Manual Pavilion, Myriad Races Battlefield. Other features are pending unlocking. To unlock the teleportation function, a large amount of energy is required. Please prepare spirit stones or divine stones. After reading, Asher thought to himself, it seems I've accidentally obtained a formidable treasure. He quickly clicked on a chat channel. Welcome to Chat Room 17. Current online users 6. A message appeared from the Golden Sun clan. Jin King Yang, the divine son of the Dragon Horse clan, has been chasing me for 3 days and 3 nights. I urgently need a void mage to help me escape. Another message replied from a void mage. Make her hold her 8,000 primordial expanse currency, and I'll teleport there immediately. Jin King Yang replied, hurry up and come. The coordinates are Time and Great Plain, Keon 335, Kun 245. Another message from which Zumi Aner, I'm currently conducting an experiment related to soul mages and need to purchase a large number of souls. Does anyone have human souls for sale? Indeed, Clan's model replied, I have some. How many do you want? Don't even bother if it's less than 100. Zaro. Zumi Aner said, 500. Zirith, we'll discuss the price in the exchange space. Looking at the strange races and unfamiliar place names, Asher thought, I've never heard of these races. Where is the Time and Plane? And where is the Primordial Expanse? The Sky Frame continent doesn't have such places. While deep in thought, he suddenly heard a female voice. Huh, you must be the pet senior brother Asher just acquired, right? Asher immediately glanced behind him. The person who had arrived was Rosie. A moment later, inside Asher's cave dwelling, Rosie was happily stroking the chicken's feathers. She smiled and said, this little chick is so cute. The chicken was furious, pointing a wing provocatively and shouting, hey, you damn woman, be more respectful to me, or this great lord will swallow you whole. Hearing this, Rosie covered her mouth and giggled. Hey, tardy little thing like you wants to eat me? The chicken shouted in anger. Just wait until I successfully attain the Tao. I'll definitely make you my slaven, then take that brat Asher as my mount to guard the gates of heaven. After a while, Rosie ignored the chicken and turned to ask Asher softly, Senior brother, have you finished your seclusion? I heard you tamed the spirit beast, so I came especially to see. I didn't expect its personality to be so interesting. Where did you tame it? The chicken again shouted angrily. Damn it. You two are too much. This great lord is not a spirit beast. Seeing it was too talkative, Asher threw it behind him and said, don't mind this chicken. Junior sister, you must have come to find me for another reason. Rosie hesitated. Senior brother. Not long after. Before leaving, Rosie looked at Asher and said, thank you for having me. Senior brother, I have a favor to ask. If you have time, could you tell my junior sisters about your experiences in the mystic realm? They are all very curious and want to know. Asher nodded. All right. Rosie smiled shyly and quickly stuffed a handkerchief into Asher's chest. This is a small token from me. I hope you will accept it. Senior brother. After speaking, she blushed deeply and bowed her head slightly. Before Asher could understand what was happening, Rosie had already turned and left. It's getting late. You should rest early. Senior brother. Asher held the handkerchief to his nose and took a light sniff. A faint, gentle scent of peach blossoms. He thought to himself, Junior sister Rosie is very thoughtful, but compared to the alluring fragrance on my master, it's still a bit lacking. Then, Asher sat down and stared at the chicken. I almost forgot about this. That sentence made the chicken panic, and it stammered, what do you want to do to this great lord? Asher asked sternly. You still haven't told the seat what exactly you are. And what is the relationship between your divine egg and that stone mirror? Hearing this, the chicken answered honestly. According to my inherited memories, I probably belong to the divine crow clan. As for whether I'm related to the stone mirror, this great lord doesn't know either. Asher's lips curled into a smile. As I thought, you are from the Divine Crow clan. I wasn't wrong from the start. The chicken became arrogant again. The Divine Crow clan is one of the noble royal families of the demon race. You little brat, why don't you hurry up and kneel down to pay your respects? Asher, as it spoke, gave it half a piece of rabbit meat. Hurry up and eat while it's hot. At this moment, the chicken suddenly remembered and said, all right, someone came looking for you earlier. Seeing you were in seclusion. She left. Asher frowned. Someone was looking for me? Who? The chicken replied. I think her name was Florence. She left a message to meet at the old place in 3 days. Asher stroked his chin, a meaningful smile on his lips. His voice filled with interest. Oh, this is very interesting. Seeing Asher getting ready to go out, the chicken asked, it's so late. Where are you going? Asher turned his head in reply. Florence is waiting for me. I have to go see what she wants. After speaking, Asher left the cave dwelling. He then raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and gave a cunning smile. Curiosity killed the chicken. Don't ask so many questions. At this moment, Asher's mind was filled only with the image of his nation toppling. City overthrowing fairy master. He secretly calculated. Today's physique breakthrough consumed too much origin ki. I must find master to replenish it. At that time, in Sylvia's cave dwelling, she was sitting upright on her precious throne, her hand propping up her chin, her eyes half closed as if about to fall asleep. As soon as she sensed Asher's approaching aura, she immediately became alert, sighing in her heart. Why is that rebellious disciple coming here again? The moment the door opened, Asher entered and heard Sylvia's cold questioning. You rebellious disciple, it's the middle of the night. Instead of resting in your own room, what are you doing coming to find me? Asher grinned flatteringly. It's been a few days since we last met. Your disciple was afraid master would miss me. Besides, your disciple's aptitude is still lacking, so I wanted to ask for master's guidance on the Tao. His eyes were glued to Sylvia's figure, a peerless beauty with a voluptuous figure, a slender waist, and long, seductive legs, sitting on her throne. He couldn't help but marvel, as expected of a heavenly fragrance physique, just by sitting there quietly. She exudes an intoxicating orchid-like fragrance. Without hesitation, Asher rushed forward to get close to his master. Seeing this, Sylvia quickly pushed him away. You rebellious disciple, you are not allowed to be so disrespectful. But he didn't stop at all, starting to act more intimately and whispering in her ear. Your disciple has come all this way. Master shouldn't let this beautiful night and spring scenery go to waste. Let's go to the bedchamber. The sweet words in her ear and Asher's restless hands made Sylvia's exquisite face flush red. In our past, and the system continuously displayed notifications, detected that you and your master, the heavenly fragrance physique, have no seal separating you. Your cultivation physique has been increased by 200 points. 4 identical notifications appeared in succession. In summary, Asher's current aptitude had reached 214 points. As usual, after the great battle of 300 rounds concluded, he calmly stood up and adjusted his clothes. Meanwhile, Sylvia could only lie limply on the bed, sweating profusely, her body trembling. She stared at the back of the rebellious disciple as he left. The moment the door closed, a secret, triumphant smile curved her lips. Stepping outside, Asher's heroic aura immediately vanished, replaced by a weary, drained look. He leaned on the railing with his left hand, his right hand on his hip, and walked slowly, thinking to himself, this woman is terrifying. If I had known earlier, I would have sealed her cultivation. Seeing this, the system chimed in mockingly. TSK, TSK. I never thought the host, with his ancient sacred body, couldn't even handle this. Host, I think you're too weak. This won't do. Hearing this, Asher was both embarrassed and annoyed, shouting, your head. However, he fell into thought again. But Master's behavior today was strange. I clearly didn't seal her cultivation, yet she was extremely cooperative with me. 3 days later, on a mountainside behind Cloud Mist Peak, Asher was intently roasting meat, propping his chin and calculating. For the past 3 days, I have been actively cultivating non-stop. and have gained quite a bit of cultivation aptitude for master. Breaking through my cultivation is now just a matter of time. He pondered again. I wonder what big sister Florence has arranged to meet me for today. But when we meet later, I can take the opportunity to probe her a little. I absolutely can't let her act so presumptuously forever. Suddenly, a spirit mouse appeared at his feet, standing on its hind legs. Its bright eyes stared at the sizzling roasted meat, drool dripping down its mouth as it squeaked with desire. Asher just gave it a cold glance. The sharp look terrified the spirit mouse, and it fled. Just then, Florence's gentle voice rang out. "You're too fierce. You've scared the poor little mouse away." Asher laughed loudly and replied, "Big sister Florence, you've misunderstood me. It's clearly because that mouse is too timid." I only looked at it for a moment. Florence leisurely sat down beside him, wearing a flowing light purple dress that accentuated her long legs, slender waist, and full chest. Her dignified and gentle demeanor made it impossible for Asher to look away. She asked, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that?" Asher asked frankly, "Big sister Florence, is anyone pursuing you right now?" Florence was slightly taken aback, then shook her head and smiled, explaining, "When a female cultivator advances in realm, her appearance naturally becomes more beautiful. However, my appearance in this cultivation world is not particularly outstanding. So, of course, no one is pursuing me." Asher clicked his tongue. "TSK, TSK, then they must all be blind. In my eyes, you are truly incredibly beautiful. Big sister, your beauty reminds me of a poem." Florence was curious. "Huh? What poem is that?" He immediately recited, "Her face a flower, her clothes a cloud, the spring breeze brushes the railing, the dew-kissed petals bloom, if not seen at the Jade Mountain's peak, then met beneath the moon of Genesis Prime." Florence was surprised. "I didn't expect you to know how to write poetry. The poem sounds very nice, but I'm not as beautiful as it describes." Asher was secretly pleased and then gathered his courage to say, "Big sister Florence, how about we? Let me pursue you. I especially like women like you." She was silent for a moment, then covered her mouth and laughed. "You're still so young, and you want to pursue me? Do you even know how old I am?" Asher's eyes were glued to her chest as he blurted out, "You do indeed look quite big." Florence blushed and covered her chest. "You deserve a spanking." "I didn't expect you to be such a lecherous man," he replied with a straight face. "Appreciating a woman's beauty is a legitimate right of a man. I am a man. You can't take away that right. Besides, age is not a big issue. There's an old saying, marry a wife 3 years older, and your future will surely be prosperous." Before he could finish, he was cut off. "So what if I'm 3,000 years older than you?" He smiled. "So what if you're 3,000 years older? That means you're already in the immortal ranks. Big sister, if I can marry you, the path to eternal life is right before me. I'm serious. Super serious. More genuine than the finest pearls from the South Sea Snow-Toad King." Florence was not angry but amused. "You little brat, are you deliberately trying to charm me with your words?" Asher said seriously, "I call that being unable to restrain my true feelings. Besides, I'm not that small, you know." He offered her a piece of meat. "Big sister, try my cooking and see how it is." She tried it and praised, "Your roasting skills are not bad at all." Asher smiled slyly. "This spirit beast's cultivation is still too low, so the taste is just average. I've heard that the meat of a grand Saint Realm desolate beast is the absolute best, even more nourishing than an ancient king-grade medicine. When my cultivation is higher, I will definitely go catch a grand Saint Realm desolate beast and roast it for you." He took out a wine gourd. "Big sister, how about having a glass of wine with me to warm up?" Florence refused. "I really don't know how to drink." He poured the wine and pleaded, "Big sister, just have one glass with me. This is a specialty wine from my hometown. It's called Don't Part." She was surprised. "So this is Don't Part? I've heard of this name before. This wine is very famous in the Genki dynasty." She recited, "Don't part. The desolate dust rises. The west wind on the ancient road, a sorrowful horse. We part, and tears fill our clothes. Don't part under the setting sun. Outside the village, the mountain road is covered in yellow dust. Unwilling to leave, I turned my head for one last look. Asher replied, "Don't part, our hearts and appearances connected." Gazing at each other across countless miles. Better to turn and share a drink. After drinking a mouthful, she put her arm around his shoulder and asked, "Are you homesick?" I remember the poem. Don't part didn't have the line gazing at each other across countless miles. Why is that? Could it be that you are not from this starry region? Asher smiled. How could that be? I heard the singer who recited this poem came from a distant ancient star of life. I just borrowed this old tale to casually make up another line. She finished her drink and said, "So that's how it is." Seeing she was a little drunk, he took her hand and wrapped his arm around her waist. Big Sister Florence, you really don't know how to drink. You're already drunk after just a little? She said dreamily. A little drunk. Oh, right. I heard you're about to become the Holy Son, right? Congratulations. He asked. Big Sister Florence, does the Holy Son have a lot of authority? She replied, quite a lot. After all, the privileges are higher than my position as an elder of Tao Cloud Peak. He caressed her and whispered, then I will go and beg the Holy Lord to decree a marriage for me to marry you. What do you think? She said softly. I don't think the Holy Lord would ever agree to that, he said confidently. If you don't try, how will you know it won't work? She changed the subject. Let's not talk about whether it's possible or not. The Holy Lord is someone who stirs up storms. During the Holy Sun enthronement ceremony, there will definitely be people who stand up to challenge you. You better prepare thoroughly. News that Asher was about to become the Holy Son spread throughout the Genesis Prime Holy Land. The disciples gathered and discussed animatedly. Someone said in surprise, Senior Brother Chang Long of his peak confirmed it himself. From the second elder of Heavenly Sword Peak, Asher will be the Holy Son. In the crowd, a soft voice wondered. Asher just broke through to the Divine Bridge realm. His cultivation and talent are far inferior to that senior brother. Why was he chosen? In another group, a bald man was also discussing Asher's ambition. Hearing this, a female disciple couldn't help but sigh in admiration, as expected of senior brother Asher. Nearby, a long-haired young man calmly accepted the news, while another held his head and lamented why the opportunity hadn't fallen to him. In Jace's cave dwelling, the anger in his heart flared. He swung his hand, shattering the teacup he was holding, and then gritted his teeth and roared in frustration. You mongrel! What right do you have to sit in the position of Holy Son? He clenched his fists, his teeth grinding as he said that he was still fiercely competing with the chief direct disciple of Cloud Mist Peak. Yet that other person had quietly climbed up to become the Holy Son. He wondered on what grounds and cursed the heavens for being so unfair. Asher, you just wait for me. I will definitely find a chance to teach you a lesson. In contrast, Asher was now leisurely strolling on a small path at the foot of a cliff. Suddenly, two shy, blushing young women approached and greeted him. Greetings, Senior Brother Asher. Greetings, Senior Brother Asher. Not far away, two others were talking excitedly. The one in red said that the Sword Master's disciple from the Endless Sword Domain had brought two of his most trusted disciples to attend the ceremony and declared he would challenge the Holy Son on the Heaven Ascension platform to make a name for himself. The other immediately added that he had heard these two were Long King Feng and Long Zuyu, a pair of Dragon Phoenix twin siblings with the Asher sword physique. When their swords combine, they are unmatched among the younger generation. Another voice chimed in, adding that not only the Endless Sword Domain but also the Zhang family had a young man with a Divine King physique who wanted to stop the Holy Son from ascending the Heaven Ascension platform. The girl in red also quickly added a rumor that the Grand Yi Holy Land also had a Dao physique who had just appeared. The girl in white was shocked to hear this. I can't believe the legendary invincible Grand Yi Dao physique has appeared. With so many prodigies appearing at once, could a glorious great era be about to descend? The girl in red sighed softly. She didn't know if Holy Son Asher had the ability to stand against those monstrous prodigies. The girl in white continued, saying she wasn't sure. She feared he would be miserably defeated on the ceremonial platform, losing all the reputation of their holy land. Asher heard all this gossip, just faintly curling his lips in a smirk and thinking to himself. As expected, just as Big Sister Florence warned, this Holy Sun ceremony will not be peaceful. He stood on a high rock, looking into the distance, and continued to be lost in his own thoughts. Thinking back, the Endless Sword Domain and I are truly fated enemies. Our karmic debt far from over. I remember 20 years ago. Their holy son and holy maiden were also a pair of blood siblings. The younger brother, Feng Yang, was foolish and arrogant. Looking down on my humble rogue cultivator origins, he cursed me as a demonic practitioner and tried to stop me from stepping onto the glorious platform. The end for that arrogant fool was being cut down by my hand on the shores of the cold West Continent Lake. His older sister, Feng Jiaoishi, hailed as a peerless beauty, wanted to avenge her younger brother and frantically hunted me down all the way to the distant eastern continent, even as she was about to be beheaded. The look of resentment and unwillingness in her eyes is still deeply etched in my memory. After that incident, the ones who hunted me most fiercely and relentlessly were the madmen from the Endless Sword domain. Therefore, this pair of siblings coming here this time surely wants to cause big trouble for me. They are very likely the current Holy Son and Holy Maiden. The system heard Asher's mumblings and laughed loudly. The host is truly a jinx, specializing in killing holy sons. A while later, Asher walked up to the scripture pavilion, which was enveloped by a majestic, golden light formation. Regarding the scripture pavilion, Asher slowly commented, "This dazzling light is a peak 7th grade 5 elements combination great formation. It combines defense, trapping, illusion, and slaughter 5 7th grade formations fused together. Anyone trapped inside who doesn't die will be stuck in an endless loop. A Grand Saint level expert entering this formation would surely die. Even a Saint King, if trapped, would take a very long time to escape." Suddenly, a voice from behind refuted him. "You are wrong. This formation was passed down from a supreme being. Even a Saint King who enters would be heavily injured." The speaker was Camellia, the guardian elder of the scripture pavilion, a woman of delicate beauty, with a slender figure but a full, alluring chest. Asher immediately clasped his hands and bowed. "My name is Asher, the great direct disciple of Cloud Mist Peak. May I ask for the sister's name?" Camellia replied that she was the guardian of the scripture pavilion, and her name was Camellia. Asher said gently, "Big sister Camellia, could you help me open the main gate of the scripture pavilion?" Hearing this, Camellia smiled and agreed. She gestured for him to enter. Asher glanced at Camelia's graceful back and marveled to himself. In this Genesis Prime Holy Land, you meet beautiful big sisters like this everywhere. Upon entering the vast space of the scripture pavilion, Asher went straight to the regulation board to read it carefully. According to it, outer disciples were only allowed on the 1st and 2nd floors. Inner disciples could go from the 1st to the 4th. Stewards and direct disciples could access floors 1 to 5. Elders and direct disciples were permitted up to the 7th floor. Peak masters, holy sons, and holy maidens could enter the 8th floor. The 9th floor was reserved for the current and former holy lords. After reading, Asher went straight up to the 7th floor, the highest floor he could currently access. Nearby, he saw Leo holding a cultivation technique and approaching a female elder. "Elder, this 3 Kings body tempering art, could you give me a little discount? My current contribution points are really not enough to exchange for." The female elder replied inferently that if his contribution points were not enough, he should go accumulate more. When he had enough, he could come back. It wouldn't be too late. Leo continued to plead, but she just said firmly, "Impossible." Leo had no choice but to put the technique down and sigh in disappointment. Just then, Asher walked over and greeted him with a smile. "Brother Leo? So, you're here too." Leo recognized him and said, "Senior brother Asher, I really want to borrow this body tempering manual, but unfortunately, I don't have enough contribution points. So, I can treat it. Do you have any spare contribution points? Lend me some, and I'll definitely repay you double in a few days." Asher shook his head, saying he also needed to use his points and couldn't help. Leo sighed and said it was okay, then left. Asher watched him go and considered, could there be something good inside? After Leo was out of sight, he asked the elder, "Excuse me, how many contribution points does it cost to read the 3 Kings body tempering art?" The female elder said, So it's Asher. This book requires 50 Zaro contribution points to exchange. But if you only want to read it, here and not take it out of the scripture pavilion, I can allow it for free." Asher expressed his gratitude but said he shouldn't break the rules. In his heart, however, he was smug about being favored. The elder laughed and said that rules are dead, but people are alive, and handed him the book. Asher thanked him and went into a private room to read. After flipping a few pages, he noticed the paper was thicker than usual. Suspicious. He used a magical technique to separate the layers. A gold, silken material was revealed inside. Could this be the legendary heavenly origin silk? It was said that this silk was incredibly durable, a treasure not seen in 1,000 years. Used to record